All right, I think we are live. Did we do it? We're live. There we go. Welcome to the show, everybody. Make sure you rock your bodies a little bit. It's good to be back. Did a crazy show last night about this, but we're doing a little bit of a morning show about it. So we want to go into more. We're trying to gather a little more information as to why Donald Trump declared Antifa a terrorist organization. Now, I do try to remain as neutral as I possibly can. That's not always easy for me because I think you guys know my feelings about Antifa. I don't think very highly of that group. It reminds me so much of, if you guys have watched Fight Club, you'll see what I'm saying here in a second. So anytime there's a decentralized organization, a group, like Antifa, or like in Fight Club, Project Mayhem, it turns into mayhem. It turns into pure anarchy. That's the problem with it. There's no focused real goal. I mean, sure, they say that anti-fascism is their goal, but they just label everything fascist, and then they attack whatever they label as fascist. This is my problem with Antifa. Antifa does need to be criticized. Absolutely. Donald Trump did declare them a terrorist organization. I'm wondering what the audience thinks. I think you all know what I think. I firmly do not believe that Antifa is a force for good. But the question remains, should they be seen as a terrorist organization? Granted. Also, should military use be used in Portland to defend these federal facilities? The answer that I want to give is I believe that they should protect the federal facilities if the threats have become more overwhelming. I mean, I guess there were supposedly 100 days of violence at those ICE facilities. It's crazy, dude. And they're doing it all at night. So, like, it's weird. It's weird. I mean, like, and here's the thing. They say they want to overthrow the government. That's another thing. So, I mean, that sort of declaration in itself, I mean, they're anarchists that want to overthrow the government. Interesting. I mean, we've heard this story before from other groups. But I think a decentralized group is just as deadly. Because think about it this way. You guys ever watch Star Trek? You know, I mean, if anybody's watched Star Trek, the Borg, before they introduced the Queen, I think that the Queen was a cop-out, just like my buddy Nathan told me. I agree with that. The more I weigh on it, the more I think that the Queen was a bit of a cop-out. The Borg were scarier because they were bound more by a centralized goal. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why the Borg were scary. They were, in a lot of ways, a hive mind, focused on one goal and one goal only, and they don't even negotiate. That's the problem with Antifa. They remind me so much of the Borg. They don't negotiate. They're decentralized in nature. If they don't like you, they'll call you fascist and then attack you and say, well, he's a fascist. That's not right. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of Antifa as a whole. I can't stand Antifa. I really think that they're a rotten group to the core. And I hope more people see it. Will more people see it? Only time will tell. But I don't think most people who... Because, like, I'm not a big fan of politics at the end of the day, but because this show has become more of a variety show, I find that I have to keep up with these ridiculous headlines. And sometimes I have to talk about these things. And obviously my opinion is very critical. I do not like Antifa whatsoever. I really don't. I can't make that more clear. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of the Proud Boys either. So, Rockin' Poochie says there is no Antifa. Okay. Okay then. Then why... So everybody says that Antifa is an idea. Okay. You guys declare yourselves Antifa all the time. It's a it's either, okay, you could either classify it as a gang, a decentralized gang, or a decentralized terrorist organization. Which is it? I can make the argument for both. Like, I firmly believe... Here's the thing. If you... Okay, Rockin' Poochies. Did you watch Fight Club? Right? I know that Tyler Durden in Fight Club was the head of Project Mayhem, right? Well, okay. So, my point is, anytime there's a decentralized group that has one particular goal, think about it. Think about it this way. Isn't it easier just because this is what Antifa does? And here's the thing. I'm going to quote Blair White on this one. Blair White said, "They don't call you fascist because you are one. They call you fascist so they have an excuse to harm you." I'm going to repeat that. It's a very important quote. They don't call you fascist because you are one. Because I've been called fascist before. For no reason, by the way. I'm probably the least fascist person you'll ever meet. Seriously. I don't try to control people's speeches. I don't even control the chat. I let the chat go haywire. I don't want to shut anybody up. I really don't. But at the end of the day, when do you say enough is enough? You know? The problem with Antifa is not its message, but it's the actions that these people take. The actions that these Antifa members take, right? I don't respect it. A lot of them use fascist techniques to promote anti-fascism. They try to censor people. They try to ruin people's lives. They try to dox people. It's messed up. Antifa's a messed up organization. Well, it isn't really, it should be considered one. It may be a sloppy one at that, but it is, in a weird way, a decentralized organization. So here's the thing. So anything could be anything. I could tell you guys that I'm a Democrat, but honestly, I'm more centrist. But it would be a lie for me to tell. I would just be a Democrat in name only, right? Antifa is anti-fascist in name only. It's more fascist than it is anti-fascist. The irony is Antifa became a fascist organization. I think it started out with good intentions, and then like with any decentralized organization, like look at Fight Club, right? Look at Fight Club. Fight Club is a great movie about this. In fact, if anything, I would say that Antifa was probably inspired by Fight Club. It wouldn't shock me in any way because I see some weird similarities here. There's a decentralization in the, there's no real central organization, right? But it is a decentralized group. But a decentralized group is still a thing. Yeah, I hear myself loud and clear, dude. And you look like the traditional Marxist, by the way. I'm just going to point that out. Antifa started with the soldier. No, dude. Antifa is a decentralized group filled with long neck college kids who look pretty British for the most part. That's the typical Antifa. They're usually rich kids, by the way, who are in Antifa. Just usually rich kids who are total sociopaths, by the way. And then also, by the way, there's a difference between Antifa and anti-fascist. Now, Antifa is a fascist group. It is a terror group. I can get on board. Yeah, they are. I firmly believe that. You guys can call me an idiot. I don't really care. If you guys align with Antifa, okay. I mean, I'm judging you just as much as you're judging me. I mean, the ball is in your court. It seems like every time there's a major crazy event like that leads to vandalism, it always seems that Antifa's on the backbone of all of it. And I always hear the words, this is democracy, as those Antifa members are vandalizing. If that is democracy, I'm glad the Founding Fathers left the word democracy out of the Constitution. And they did it intentionally because they knew that democracy is basically mob rule, which is why we're a representative constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. That is the biggest, at the federal level, we are not a democracy. Case in point. We're a representative constitutional republic, and people need to get their effing history right. Also, and yeah, you can call me autistic, you can call me a fascist, but the only reason you're calling me a fascist is because you want an excuse to harm me. Just admit that. Admit it. Admit it. The only reason you want to call me a fascist is not because I am one. In fact, if anything, I'm the least fascist of them all. I'm letting you fascists poke at me, right? I'm letting you guys say whatever you want in the chat. I'm not even trying to shut anybody up. In fact, I'm even highlighting you guys because I want to expose you guys for what you are. Bad people. I don't think you're good people at the end of the day. I think you think that you're good people, but you're not. Let's see. Fascism and terrorism are two different things. Are they? Are they? I don't know. I would say that they're pretty close. I would say that they're still bad things. They're still bad things. Dude, here's the thing. I wouldn't be on here if I didn't think I was right. I have the courage of my convictions, brother. I really do. So here's the thing. I noticed that most of you guys, by the way, I want to put out a poll, by the way. We're gonna see what the public thinks about this. Do you believe, and this is just going to be an honest poll, do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization? And I'm curious to see what the result is on this one, by the way. Like, legitimately curious. Because, look, I'm not going to claim that I know all the answers, but I know a decentralized BS club when I see it. And that's exactly what Antifa is. It's a decentralized BS terror unit. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And you guys use fascist all you Antifa people, you use fascist techniques to promote your anti-fascist agenda, which is the biggest irony of it all. And like I said, the big problem with any decentralized group is when all the toxic people get into it, those toxic people end up ruining the overall group itself. This is why groups shouldn't be decentralized. I just don't think it's a good idea. I don't know what I'm more afraid of, a centralized group or a decentralized one. I think I'm more afraid of decentralized because it reminds me so much of the Borg from Star Trek. Like I said, the Borg, in the way that they were originally written, without the Borg Queen, the Borg were a collective consciousness bound by the goal of accumulating technology, right? Not really assimilation I'm going by the original writing of the Borg, by the way, not the eventuality. That made them very menacing, actually. What's more menacing than a group consciousness that will do anything to get their objective goal? Now, here's the thing. I legitimately believe Antifa wants to label anybody who disagrees with them as a fascist. That's what I believe. And then not only that, they want to label them as a fascist, not only just to ruin their lives, but maybe to even go as far as, well, you know. But yeah, anyway, I think you guys made my point. I think the Borg analogy is not a bad one. Really, think about it. Any decentralized group is pretty menacing if you think about it. I'm not a fan of decentralized groups at all. I think that they're a net negative in society. I don't care whether it's Antifa. I don't really care. I just think all decentralized groups are just a net negative to society. And in this instance, can you declare a decentralized group like this to be a terrorist organization? This is an intellectual question. I'm pretty centrist for the most part. I may hate Antifa, and I think that it's a bad organization, and I really do believe it is a terrorist group, albeit a decentralized one. But what do you guys think? And it's really just an intellectual question. I'm not trying to, if you support Antifa, go for it. That's on you. That's your call, not mine. You're an adult. You know, you make your own decisions. But look, Antifa, I think, is awful. I think it's a bad group. I don't think highly of it. There's nothing, I just don't think it's a good for society. I think it's a net negative to society. And I just don't, I don't understand why people would be all for it, you know. But then again, here's the thing about Antifa, man. They do everything anonymously as well. So not only do they do things in an autonomous way, Because I think they know what they're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? Why do you think all these Antifa people always seem to wear masks? Think about it. Now, you could say the same thing for ICE agents, but honestly, ICE agents were being docked by Antifa. So it was like, well, there's a catch-22 there. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of ICE either. Just don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of ICE. I think they've gone a little too crazy with their power. A little too. You know? But here's the thing. I am more against decentralized terror groups like Antifa. I'm not a fan. And I'm not going to say Antifa. Hell no. I'm not going to say it because it just sounds lame. I'm going to call it Antifa. I'm not going to say it the way you clowns say it. It's just, they're just stupid. So Wolf Raza says, what a douche canoe. Wolf Raza, I legitimately think the same of you too, brother. I really do. I think that if you think that this is a good group, that's on you, brother. That is on you, man. I'm glad Trump is labeling them as a terrorist organization, to be honest. I'm not a fan of him sending military to Portland. I think that is an overreach. I will be the first to admit I do believe that's an overreach, but him labeling Antifa a terrorist organization, I think is pretty legitimate. Because it is an organization of some kind. You could still be an organization without central leadership, by the way. You could be, in fact, you could even consider Antifa a decentralized gang, if anything, too. I mean, the argument could be made for both. So I'm going to put out a poll. Do you believe, and I want to know what you believe, do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization? And you all know my stance, obviously. I think yes, absolutely, without a doubt. We're going to get this poll out here in just a second. Yes, no, and you guys can vote. Make your voices heard. And I'm also going to put, what is Antifa? Hold on. Exit that. Do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization? Okay, we got the poll out. So like I said, you all know what I believe. You all know what I'm believing on this one. And yeah, I just see no net positive here. You know? Okay, so we got 8 votes in already. Damn, people are voting quickly. So make sure you guys vote in the poll, by the way. More poll interaction, the better. I want to get some data here. So do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization? 9 votes are in. 60% of you say yes. 40% of you say no. 0% say what is Antifa. And I believe there are people out there that have no idea what Antifa is. So that's why I wanted to put what is Antifa as an option in this poll. I think it's, and this is a real question. What do you think? Because like I said, even a decentralized organization should be considered an organization of some kind. It's a decentralized organization. I mean, what more can you say? Vicious Major says, when we all agree on a single definition of terrorism, then I will vote yes. If that group falls within the agreed... Here's the thing, though. They want to... By the way, Antifa, the members of Antifa, can constantly declare they want to overthrow the government and do anarchy rule. How is that not some form of a decentralized terror unit? That sounds pretty terroristic to me. Like, even think of all the... There's also... This isn't the only terrorist organization that's decentralized. There's plenty of them out there. If I'm right, isn't like Al-Qaeda and what's that other one called? There's Al-Qaeda and one of the other ones. I can't remember what the other one's called. If you guys can remind me, I don't even feel like looking it up. I don't care. But you know what I mean. They act in a very decentralized way. There's not even that much central leadership. You take one person out, it doesn't change their goal. They're still very goal-driven. Tim Smith says, what is the difference between Antifa and the Democratic Party? They seem to fully support Antifa, have never taken any actions against them. Yeah. No, and it's crazy because you can also say, just like, okay, so back in the day, the Democrat Party, like the KKK was the paramilitary wing of the Democrat Party back in the day. Basically, the Democrats now have their para-wing military, which is Antifa. And, what do you do? How do you replace that? Here's the thing. They're probably just going to rebrand it. You know what I mean? I think what Antifa is going to do is they're just, the members of Antifa are just going to rebrand. They're all going to collectively agree, okay, let's all abandon Antifa. Let's create another decentralized, radicalized, far-left group. And I'm not a fan of far anything, by the way. I'm not a fan of the Proud Boys. I do believe they're pretty far right for the most part. Like I think Proud Boys started out as a good idea. I think even Antifa probably started out with good intentions. But once you get too many toxic people in a group, it derails the group. And here's the thing. A decentralized group like Antifa should be considered menacing. Think about it. The Borg are the greatest example of this. The Borg from Star Trek The Next Generation really should be a consideration in this, you guys. Think about this. The Borg, as they were originally written, basically a decentralized hive mind was the original way they were written. Forget about the Borg Queen, by the way, in this instance. Before Star Trek First Contact ruined the Borg. The Borg were much more menacing because they were a decentralized hive mind, right? This is why Antifa should be considered a menacing force, because anything decentralized that has one particular goal in mind, if it has toxic members that get into that group, what's to stop these toxic members from calling everything fascist? That's fascist. This is fascist. This is fascist. You're fascist. You see what I'm saying? When does that cycle end? When does that cycle end? That's the question. So this is why decentralized organizations, and this is a decentralized organization, by the way, because you can create an organization, even a decentralized one, around an idea. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has no central leadership. Bitcoin is not really a group, but Bitcoin is considered a digital currency. I mean, I think it's intrinsically worthless. This isn't a finance segment, but what I'm trying to say is this. Just because something is decentralized in nature doesn't necessarily mean it isn't something. It isn't an organization. So look, you can have an organization that has no central leadership. And most terror organizations don't truly have a decentralized leadership. Oh yeah, ISIS, that's it. My boy said it best. GY4. So ISIS, I think, works in the same way. They're a terror group, but they don't really have any true central leaders as far as I know. It's really a very distributed group, decentralized. So, by the way, just because something is labeled Antifa and I'm against it, doesn't mean I'm fascist, by the way. Here's the thing. I believe that Antifa, ironically enough, ends up being more fascist than anti-fascist. I believe that Antifa should actually fight themselves because they have become too fascist for their own good. But they won't do that because they believe more in the group identity. They would rather convince you that a lie is the truth. So I have no faith. I hate I'm a guy that's not a fan of decentralized organizations whatsoever. I believe they're bad for business, bad for life. Look, decentralized organizations, when a group of people get together like that, it just turns dude, watch Fight Club. It turns into Project Mayhem. Like you can call me a moron, but what I'm saying is intellectually sound. Really look into your soul before calling me a moron. Look into your soul if you have one. if you have a soul or you have half a brain, you can play devil's advocate. I challenge you guys to play devil's advocate on this one. Seriously, look at Antifa from the most objective lens you can and tell me, look at ISIS. It's decentralized. Antifa, decentralized. It's funny. Most decentralized groups, like I say, start out with a goal, and usually it's an honorable one, right? At least, like I said, it's a decentralized organization. You don't need a centralized leader to still be an organization. You can be a decentralized organization that the organization itself is enamored by an idea, an ideal. Think about this. The Borg, or a great example. The way the Borg, I'm using the Borg again because I keep going back to the Borg, okay? The way they were originally intended to be written was a decentralized collective hive mind, right? They had no central leadership, but you could distinguish that they called themselves the Borg. They were something. They were a force. So in a lot of ways, the leaders of Antifa, oddly enough, are everybody involved in Antifa, right? So it may be a decentralized organization, but in a weird way, since it's a decentralized organization, everyone in Antifa is technically a leader. So yes, it may not have one leader. It has multiple, with multiple mixed messages. And really, it's just anarchy at the end of the day, is what a decentralized organization becomes. So yeah, you can call me pro-fascist, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. How am I a fascist? Like, explain to me how I'm a fascist. I'm letting you guys talk. If I was a fascist, I would try to block all you guys, wouldn't I? Really, consider this. If I was a fascist, wouldn't I try to censor you guys? Wouldn't I try to make your lives hell? Wouldn't I try to, I don't want to cut out your tongues. I'm not afraid of what you have to say. I'm not. And I do have the courage of my convictions, by the way. I mean, whether you think I'm right or whether you think I'm wrong doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Yes, democracy is actually a bad thing. We're a constitutional republic at the end of the day. We are a constitutional representative republic at the federal level. We are not a democracy. In fact, our founding fathers deliberately left democracy out of the Constitution and out of all of it. They didn't like democracy because they knew how stupid it was. Because what democracy is at the end of the day is it's mob rule. Majority rule is not as great or clever as you think. When democracy is tried at massive scales, especially at a centralized federal government level, it turns into chaos every single time. We're a constitutional representative republic. We're not a democracy at the federal level. Read your freaking history, folks. One of the reasons why America has stood tall and grown as a nation is because we promote individualism more than we promote collectivism. But now the youth of America seems to think that collectivism is a good thing. It is not. Read your history. Collectivism has a bloody history. Whether it's socialism, communism, they all end up being authoritarian regimes in no time. There is a pattern. And if you can't see the bloody historical patterns, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know what to tell you. Also, make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe. But yeah, no, I see what you guys are saying in the chats, and I do see the poll. 47 votes say, "Do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization?" 47% of you say yes. 43% say no. By the way, you guys are free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat. It's up to you. But yeah, I do firmly believe that Antifa is bad. It's a net negative for society, just the way that Bitcoin is a net negative for society. So, look, am I the biggest fan of Donald Trump? No. I do like him, though. Granted, I like Donald Trump. I'm not a fan of the military going to Portland, though. I think it's a bad idea. All right? Bad idea. I think sending the military to Portland's bad. I think it's just going to make things worse. And we're going to see probably a rise because Portland, I swear to God, it is the birthplace of crazy. I don't know why. Like in the United States, Portland seems to lead in craziness. It is literally crazy town, man. It is crazy town. So, there's plenty of reasons why I like Donald Trump. He's a big middle finger to big government. He's cutting federal agencies because we as a nation started out with only 4 federal agencies, and now we got 4,000. So cutting federal agencies is a good thing. There should not be that much centralized power. And here's the thing: we have to pay up the booty in federal tax. If we want to pay less in federal taxes, we need to cut a lot of the unnecessary programs that exist out there. So, but what do you guys think? We got 50 votes. Do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization? 48% of you say yes, 42% say no, and 10% say, what is Antifa? Yeah, some people don't know what Antifa is. That's fine. We're not going to, look, not everybody wants to pay attention to politics, and can you say you blame them? The world of politics is a weird game. It's a weird game. I don't even like to be in the mix. I'm not a fan of it. But big stories like this need to be talked about. And I do really want to hear what people have to say. And I am reading the chat, by the way. I'm acknowledging it in my head. And I'm not censoring anybody. I'm not preventing you guys from speaking in the chat. Just let you know. This is whatever you guys feel like you need to say. Let it out. Yeah, so with Bitcoin, it's, first off, Bitcoin's not backed by anything. That's the problem. Bitcoin is intrinsically worthless. And if anybody knows what sound money is, they would realize that by all technicality, gold and silver are more sound money, because also Bitcoin's not backed by anything of value and it has no real world utility. If you tried to measure the actual value of Bitcoin, you really couldn't. Everybody says, well, look, the market says it's worth this much. Well, the market's wrong. The market is wrong. Bitcoin is intrinsically worthless. It's just a pure fact. And anybody who thinks that Bitcoin is real money, I'm sorry, you don't know what real money is. You just don't. You just don't. By the way, I'm going to check out my while I'm waiting for Super Chats to come in, I'm going to check out my fantasy football. Yeah, biggest little pyro, dude. Of course, I'm not a fan of the dollar, by the way. Just because I hate Bitcoin doesn't mean I'm a fan of the dollar either. I think that all currencies, physical or digital, are worthless intrinsically. Bitcoin and the dollar are both fiat. I repeat, Bitcoin and the dollar are both fiat currencies, which is one of the reasons why I don't hold on to either. I hold on to stocks, and if possible, real estate, and if possible, gold and silver. The reason for that is because they're worth something. They mean something at the end of the day, right? So... And by the way, like I've been saying, I do want you guys to feel welcome at the end of the day to say whatever you want on here, preferably. You guys know I'm a free speech guy. All right? I'm a free speech guy at the end of the day. I want people to feel welcome in this chat. Now, granted, am I answering super chats only at the moment? Yes. Well, I'm highlighting super chats, preferably, and member chats. But I am keeping an eye on what you guys are putting in the chat so I can, communicate with you guys accordingly. Garrett is saying, then what currency do you want us to use? I think that, first off, here's the difference between currency and money. You guys are getting a real education here. The difference between currency and money is that money, real money, is backed by something of value, at least. For instance, the US dollar used to be backed by gold. The US dollar actually used to be money, not a currency, because you could trade that dollar in for some gold, right? Now, take the dollar as it is today. The dollar is no longer backed by gold. In fact, all currencies, if I remember correctly, are not backed by anything of value, right? Nothing. There's nothing that you could trade that dollar in for of real value. So it's not backed by anything of true utility, right? This is important. This is what sound money is all about. The same with Bitcoin. I can't trade my Bitcoin in for gold. At least nobody sensible would trade me Bitcoin for gold, right? In the real world. Because they know it's just a string of data is what Bitcoin is. And at the end of the day, the dollar is just a piece of paper. The reason I don't hold on to the dollar is because the dollar is not backed by anything of real value. I do like to hold on to gold, though. I think gold, here's the thing. I think gold is a better savings account than an actual savings account. Like, you may get I'll give you an example. Like a high yield savings account, what does it give you? Like what? I think right now, maybe 3.5% if you're getting kind of a higher yield, higher end, maybe 4%, depending on where you're at. Even a high yield savings account doesn't necessarily keep up with inflation. This is one of the reasons why I prefer stocks, because I have a lot of real estate investment trusts, for example. Assets, here's the thing. If there's one thing I can impart with you guys, this is not financial advice. This is just an old man giving true wisdom. Save your assets. What are assets? Stocks. I kind of consider bonds an asset, but if they don't keep up with inflation, they're sort of not. But I do have bonds in my portfolio. Hold on. I'm going to have to stretch my legs here in a second, you guys. Stocks, bonds, commodities, etc., right? Real estate even. Save your assets, not your money. Again, this is the battle cry of this channel is save your assets, not your money. Garrett Jordan says, should I quit? Okay, Garrett is wondering if he should quit the group Antifa. Look, I can't make decisions for you. All I know is what I believe. I'm not going to tell you what you should or should not do, right? Look, I say go. Look, you have to make a decision as an individual on whether you want to stay with that group or not. I see the group in a negative light. You probably see it in a positive, right? It's up to you. It really is up to you at the end of the day. It's totally your call. And look, my goal is to educate people on what I think and what I know, right? Now, it is my opinion, but it is also the Trump administration's declaration that Antifa is a terrorist organization. I do believe that that they are a decentralized organization, whether people want to admit that or not. Do I believe that they are a terrorist organization personally? I say they ride the line pretty well. Are they as bad as some other decentralized terrorist groups? No. But I do think that they get pretty bad. I do think that Antifa gets pretty bad. But here's the thing, man. You know, and one of those things, I'm glad I watched Fight Club as a young adult. Because it gave me something to think about when it comes to decentralized organizations. And when they get really out of control. Project Mayhem in Fight Club was a decentralized organization, right? That's what it was. Admit it or not, it was a decentralized terror unit on that one. So just not a fan. Just not a fan of decentralized organizations. I do tend to believe that most decentralized organizations are up to no good. That's my firm belief. Some people think it's a little harsh. I think it's appropriate. I'm still, like I said, not a fan of Trump sending the military. Not a fan of that. I don't think they should send the military to Portland. I think it's an overreach for sure. Should they defend some of the buildings? Maybe. Maybe not. But it truly depends on your perspective on this one. It really does. I think perspective does matter to a degree in this instance. Biggest Little Pyro says I know we're not supposed to talk about Fight Club, whatever. But but yeah, I do think that at the end of the day, I just don't see anything good about Antifa. I just don't. You know, here's the thing. If Antifa was a centralized organization, like with clear leadership, you know, because I think leadership matters, because if it's all decentralized and there's no clear leadership, it does evolve to chaos pretty quickly. There's really ends up being no true direction. This is why I'm against decentralized organizations, because I just don't think they end up doing any good. They end like I said, they devolve into anarchy, and now they want to overthrow the government and then create their image of this perfect world, which is usually a dystopia, not a utopia. They claim that they want a utopia, but honestly, I think a lot of these people don't. They just want government to take care of them, and it's a degeneration of society at the end of the day. You know, I'm not going to judge too hard, by the way. I get it. Life can be very tough. And sometimes when you're young, you think that joining something like Antifa is a good thing. When I was young, I was pretty lean on voting Democrat. Absolutely. When I was like 18 to even all the way up to age, I think 24, I leaned pretty left, shockingly. I know. Not like far left or anything. I was still pretty centrist, but I leaned left. I still consider myself fairly progressive at the end of the day. Like, I'm not a stingy conservative. You know, even abortion. I believe women should have the right to choose if an abortion's right for them. You know, I believe at a certain point, though, it becomes morbid. Like, if you wait to abort the baby at the 8-month mark, I think you're kind of a sicko in the head. But, you know, if it's like first or second trimester, I don't know. You know, it's still a tough one, man. It is a tough one. But, you know, whatever, you know, I think should it be a state decision? Sure. I think every state should be able to determine these things. Biggest Little Pyro says, but they act in nice through fascism. They are self. Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing. America became a contradiction of itself the moment we started having very, very big federal government and a ton of federal agencies. The founding fathers wanted America to be a small federal government, right? They didn't want that much federal overreach. Now there's federal overreach left and right, and it's very commonplace. It's been ingrained in our society. So Antifa, while I think probably started out to legitimately be anti-fascist, it devolved. Just like any group does when it's decentralized, it devolves. And I believe it ends up becoming, it's basically an anarchist group at this point, you know? And it maybe started out as an anarchist group, who knows? But like, I don't know. I'm checking my fantasy football, you guys. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel. I know that you guys want to call me fascist, but me being against the decentralized organization that has become an irony of itself is not me being fascist. It's me being sensible. And I'm not going to be bullied by you guys. You guys think you could bully me? And that is exactly what fascists do, is they bully people. I'm not bullying you guys. I'm telling you my opinion. I'm sticking to it. Unless you guys give me real evidence to say otherwise. I do change my opinion, not just based on evidence, but I do change it based on evidence and feeling and instinct and logic and reason. There's a mixture of things. I use my intuition. I try to see things as they are. And I also try to see things as what they're going to become as well. So what Antifa is currently and what it's going to become, I think it just evolves more and more. I think, like I said, any decentralized organization devolves and devolves and devolves into pure chaos and anarchy. Like I said, you guys have all watched Fight Club. You guys have had to watch Fight Club. You know the result. You know the result of any sort of decentralized organization, right? Give me 1 second, you guys. Checking out my fantasy football lineup real quick. Just if If you guys have anything you guys want to say in the chat, go for it. Feel free to do your thing. Dude, I know history, by the way. You say that I don't know history, but I do. There's plenty of history. Plenty of warnings on decentralized groups, if anything. Look, decentralized groups just devolve to chaos. So if you think that Antifa is the exception to the rule, I would say you're wrong. They're just an anarchist organization that wants to overthrow the government and implement pure anarchy at the federal level. What the hell? Look, I may not be a fan of big government, but I don't know what's worse, no government at all or big government. I tend to lean in the middle, minimal government. Just the necessary amount at the federal level, call it good. What about warning about groups like MAGA? Make America Great Again? I mean, do they terrorize anybody? Look, any group does. Don't get me wrong. There's probably been MAGA people who've done terrible things. Don't get me wrong. I do think that there's a certain sect of the MAGA crew that gets a little too crazy. But yeah. It gets a little wild sometimes, you guys. It gets a little bit too crazy, even for me. But yeah, like I've been saying though, I want you guys to feel as welcome as possible. I may like I said, I'm not gonna kiss anybody's ass in the chat, not. But I will tell you if you're wrong, if I think you're wrong at least. No, first off, I am making a point, by the way. I'm making a fair point. And a generalization should be, first off, you should generalize in this instance. ISIS is a great example of a decentralized terror organization. Now, am I comparing Antifa to ISIS? I think ISIS is far more brutal and far more militant. I do believe that Antifa consists of a lot of rich kids who just want to bully people. If I'm going to be really honest, I think it's just a bunch of rich kids who are getting their college paid for by their parents. That's based on what I've seen, and a lot of pseudo intellectuals. Like I don't consider myself an intellectual. I'm not. I am really not one. I'm intelligent, but I don't consider myself like an intellectual. No, I have very lowbrow humor. But I know when something is BS. And I know that Antifa is BS. I think that sending the military to Portland, I, for the most part, think that's BS too. There's no reason for that. There's just no reason for that. Who is more dangerous in my understanding, the fascists or the people who oppose them? Well, since I consider Antifa a fascist organization, I would say that Antifa needs to dismantle itself because it's become exactly what it's been fighting against. Antifa has used fascist techniques to basically bully. So, I consider Antifa a bully organization. I think it's basically a bunch of rich kids who get together on Reddit or other random forums, right? And they want to cause havoc. I don't know, Amanda, you tell me. Everybody says that I don't have the data. You're right, I don't. What is the data, Amanda? What about, seriously, what is the amount? Granted, I'm sure there's a lot of I'm sure there are crazy mega people out there. Every association, every group has crazies. And look, as much as I like the Make America Great Again vision, I don't really consider myself like full on mega, you know. I consider myself a person who has a vision for America, and I'm an individual who wants to see a better America, legitimately. And I think the best way to do that is to really promote individualism. Stop promoting bad ideas, bad ideals. Roger says, should the USA stop funding other countries? Yes, Roger, stop the funding of other countries. We should not be funding other people's wars. I'm sorry. We should stay out of other countries. I think the war in Iraq was a bad thing. Stay out of other countries. We don't need to be involved in some of these disputes. And by the way, I don't take a side in any of these. I'm not a fan of the Ukraine because they're a country that doesn't have exactly, they don't have a very good history either. Look, I don't want to see anything bad happen to the people of any of those countries. I don't take sides in these. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess the side that I take is the innocent civilians on both sides. That's who I feel sorry for. That's the side I take. My side is end war. Get to the negotiation table as quick as you can before it gets any worse. Because war only leads to pain and resentment. Pain and resentment. That's all it leads to. Read history. The goal should be to get to the negotiation table immediately. Hash out an agreement. One moment. Yeah, Kevin, I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to answer that question at all. There are some questions I think are too ridiculous to answer. I don't even know what that is that you're talking about. Look, for the most part, I mock the world of politics. I really do. I think that most things are pretty dumb in the world of politics, just not a fan at all. And people take their politics a little too seriously, in my experience. I don't know what the heck's going on, man. I'm going to look up what Imodium is, though. What is Imodium? What is Imodium? So it says Imodium is an over-the-counter medication that contains the active ingredient loperamide and is used to treat sudden short-term acute diarrhea by slowing down the movements of the digestive system and helps in Okay. I don't know if you should, yeah, I'm not sure. Biggest Little Pyro says, what does your utopia look like if that's not too forward? Look, I don't know if a utopia is possible. I don't believe that human beings can ever truly have a utopia. I don't necessarily think utopia should be an ideal, by the way. I'll tell you why. Because in a utopia, there are no problems. Nobody can philosophize about anything, really. And I think that in a utopia, if anybody disrupted the natural order with a idea, for example, I think that there'd be like thought police and things like that. I don't think human beings can truly have a utopia, and if a utopia did happen, I don't think it would last as long. By the way, you guys, just to let you know, I am. Do you guys want to know what I am? I am part Hispanic. Just to let you guys know. I'm 25% Mexicano, Latino. So before you guys say I'm racist or terrible, I do believe Antifa is a bunch of bullies. Because it's a decentralized group and they wear masks and they bully people. Sounds like a bully group to me. Now, you can say the same about ICE, though. I'm not a big fan of ICE. At the end of the day, do I believe that there is an illegal immigration problem? Sure. I really believe that. Is ICE necessary? Time will tell. Time will tell. It just gets more interesting with time, man. Wow, the Chargers are not doing really good at the moment. Dustin says Garza. Oh, we got our first member in the chat. Garza is a bird in Spanish. Yes, it means heron. Yes. I do think that they may. Here's the thing. I think ICE may be overstepping some of their powers. You know? I think they may be overstepping some of the powers, and I do believe there needs to be some oversight as to what they're doing. You know? I do believe there needs to be some rules. Where's it? Okay. But yeah, for the most part, I'm not a fan of, like I said, I mean, I could repeat it all day long. Antifa is not good. They're just not good, man. My boy Cam Scatabo, dude. Killing it. My boy Gainwell, though, kicked ass. Holy crap. And how about the funding of other countries or granting them in the form weapon, artillery, or anti-terror operations? Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think we need to stop funding other countries. That needs to stop being a common thing. I think that needs to stop being a common thing. Got to stop funding other countries, straight up. But yeah, so I got a little bit of some information. So yes, there is now. I just want to give you guys more insight on this. So there is now an executive order on September 22nd, 2025. President Trump signed an EO titled Designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. It declares Antifa a domestic terrorist organization and directs federal agencies to use all applicable authorities to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle illegal operations linked to it. The EO also says it creates no new rights and must be implemented consistent with applicable law. So what does it practice is the question. So what it does practice overall. The order mainly acts as a policy directive. DOJ, DHS, and task forces are told to prioritize investigations and prosecutions tied to people the government says are acting on behalf of Antifa. DHS has already framed recent arrests as part of that push. What it doesn't do, there are some important legal limits. Now, U.S. law doesn't have a formal process to designate domestic groups the way state designates foreign terrorist organizations. And, let's see, what's this? And 8 USC 1189, nor does the EO itself create new crimes or sanctions authorities. So labeling Antifa in this EO does not trigger the material support to a terrorist organization statute that applies to FTOs, nor automatic asset freezes like those used under EO 13224. Analysts and reports are noting this gap, saying the move is largely symbolic unless paired with existing criminal charges, rioting, civil disorder, assault on federal officers, conspiracy, etc. So how did we get here? Now, Trump floated this idea back in 2020, but no EO was issued then. At the time, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified that Antifa is an ideology, not an organization. The new 2025 EO revives the concept formally amid a broader White House push on domestic terrorism and organized political violence. Expect legal challenges. Civil liberties groups and some legal scholars argue the EO lacks statutory authority to designate a domestic group and risks sweeping it in protected speech and association. So litigation is likely. Recent coverage flags this as a central issue. Alongside the EO, the White House issued a national security presidential memorandum on countering domestic terrorism. September 25th, 2025 is when this was done, signaling an interagency strategy. DHS has been publicly emphasizing enforcement actions under this umbrella. What do you guys think of that? I mean, that's the information straight up. That's like the raw, raw dog information right there, straight up. I don't know if it helps any. Maybe it gives people a better idea of what's happening, but what I'm saying is Antifa lost the plot, you guys. This decentralized group lost the plot, right? Lost the plot. Just like any decentralized group throughout history, they just lose the plot. Checking out my fantasy. Dude, the Tennessee Titans are bad this year. Holy crap. I'm just hoping my boy Cam Scatabo gets me some extra points, dude. He's looking great so far, though. He's kicking butt, dude. Oh. What is this? Damn, dude, I kind of put myself in a hole. I think I lost this chess game. Maybe I did and maybe I didn't lose this chess game. I'm still trying to determine that. Pretty sure I'm going to lose this chess game. Yeah, it's not a lot of avenues for victory on this one. Good job, Jake. You got me, man. When my mind isn't focused, man, like on chess, I tend to, my strategies get too loose. I get too shitty. Yeah, I got to throw in the towel on this one. I dug myself into a hole. I'm going to resign. That's just, Jake's going to win that one. He's going to kick my ass. Sometimes when you know you're just going to lose because you did a wrong strategy or something, that's the thing, man. Sometimes you got to throw in the towel. I don't like that, but let's take a look at more of the chats here. Dustin says he's found his niche. He's found his niche. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of, I talk about all sorts of things in this show. Sometimes the discussions will be politics. Sometimes it'll be fantasy football. Sometimes it'll be investing. I do keep to different things. It depends. I'm very much a mood-based streamer in the way that I do things. That's just kind of how this show operates. By the way, make sure you guys like the stream. The more likes we get on the stream, the better. It pushes the stream out on the YouTube algorithm really well. So please, for the love of God, like this stream. I need it. I need your likes. I crave your likes so effing much. Please like the show. Please love the show. Like the stream and make me cream. Biggest Little Pyro says you could tell a lot about a person's approach to intellect and life in general by how they play chess. Yeah, I mean, I guess, maybe. I mean, honestly, I got better at chess just by playing against the computer when I played against the computer at its most maximum scale, knowing that I wouldn't be able to win, but knowing that I could learn more from the computer on how it played me as a player. And I would also pick up a few tactics that I would never have considered. So I will say, if you want to get better at chess, play against the computer. Make sure you're playing the computer at the most maximum scale possible. It's important to lose against the computer. Surprisingly, that sort of training can really come in handy. And you'd be thinking, well, you're just training yourself to lose. Not necessarily. I'm training myself to try to fight a battle, even if that battle may be impossible. So that's the way I look at it. That's my philosophy. My buddy Jake, though, he's pretty good at chess. He's gotten way better. In fact, if anything, I feel like he's tougher. He's tougher to play against now than more than ever because he studies the actual game more than I do. I've never, and I hate to say this, I've never truly formally studied the game. I've just played against the computer at maximum difficulty. Played against a lot of different opponents, and you learn from, honestly, I learn from both my victories and my losses. People say that you don't learn from winning. You learn everything from winning. You learn everything from losing too. But you have to be able to lose. You have to be able to pick up from both of those things. Winning's important. You always want to try to win. But losing while being frustrating is very important. This sounds like, cheesy old man advice, but man, playing against the computer and losing against the computer was really good practice. I'll say that. But yeah, I just like to see how clever I could be. When I'm playing against my buddy Jake, I do take some interesting risks. I'll say that. I do come up with a lot of unorthodox maneuvers. Chess is a mixture of things. It's a mixture of deceiving your opponent, misdirecting your opponent, like another version of all that stuff. But hold on. Dustin says, I wouldn't learn anything playing any of you. Maybe I'd learn that most people suck at chess. Yeah, and that's okay. It's okay to be bad at chess. I think if you like chess and you like to play it, even if you're not very good at it, it's still fun. It's still good to play, Everybody sucks at something until they get good at it. It's simple as that, man. Thank you guys for all the likes, by the way. I see that you guys are liking the stream. I really appreciate it. We're trying to get more subscribers if possible, but if you don't want to subscribe, that's okay too. But if you could, out of the generosity of your heart, a like goes a long way on this show. So if you guys could simply like the stream, it'd be greatly appreciated. It does help push the content to more of a newer audience. We're trying to really expand our reach and as much as we can. The Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing out in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. The Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Bachelor's Inn. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Bachelor's Inn. Okay, so I did the appropriate action for fruit salad. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Yummy, 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 yummy fruit salad. Now I wish I could walk through the doors of my mind, hold memory close at hand. Hold memory close at hand, helps me understand the years. So the question is, do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization? We got 101 votes in. Let's take a look at the poll. 49% of you say yes, 39% of you say no, 13% say, what is Antifa? So it looks like the majority of you overall would say that out of this poll, it looks like the majority of you are voting towards yes, that you do believe it's a terrorist organization. Give a like on the stream, by the way. No matter what you believe, give us a like. The more likes we have, the better. It keeps us wetter, keeps us good, keeps us glorious. So like the stream and make me cream. Oh, yeah. My good man, I'm trying to stay sane, brother. My brony brother. Like I said, I've been watching a little my fantasy football here. My fantasy football stats and stuff. Let's see. Oh, my boy Lad finally got some yardage. Now I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down at the Bachelor's Inn. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Bachelor's Inn. Bachelor's Inn. Well, I think we can close the poll. Let's end the poll. I think we declared. I think 101 votes is enough. So, do you believe Antifa is a fascist organization? 49% of you voted yes. 39% of you voted no. And 12% say, what is Antifa? Look, I think that should they be labeled as a terrorist organization? Yeah. It gets into murky water, but I do believe that most decentralized organizations turn into chaos and anarchy, and they basically claim to be anarchist anyway. They constantly claim that they want to overthrow the government and blah, 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 that they're revolutionaries. You're not revolutionaries. You're just basically rich college kids. I think it's just kids that come from rich parents, man. I just think that's, at the end of the day, what it really ultimately is. Cheers. Oh, Tampa Bay is getting their ass kicked right now. Come on, Cam Scatabo, dude. My boy. Very sexy. Raging Butterfly says Antifa means anti-fascist. Are we kidding? Well, no. Here's the thing. Just because you label something as anti-fascist, I could tell you guys that I'm a Democrat, but that wouldn't be true. Like, I could just say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Democrat, yeah. When in all reality, I'm more centrist and lean more right. So I could say I'm a Democrat, but you all know it's a lie. Antifa can call themselves anti-fascist. The whole organization basically means anti-fascist, but they are anti-fascist in name only. They implement fascism, fascist tactics, by the way, to censor anybody they consider fascist. And I say fascist with air quotes because they call everything fascist. The problem with a decentralized group is they can, in this instance, they can label anything they want as fascist. And just like Blair White said, they don't call you fascist because they think you are. They call you fascist so they have an excuse to kill you. That's the difference. So you can call somebody a fascist anytime you want. But it doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean you're correct. And also, you can call Antifa anti-fascist, but that doesn't mean you're correct either. Just because it means anti-fascist doesn't mean it actually is. It may say that on paper, but it isn't in practice. The group is a decentralized hellhole of basically anarchists who want to overthrow the government, and then when they overthrow the government, they want to implement like communism and socialism, which is a bad idea. Trust me, for all the things that you think Trump is bad about, and you think he's a dictator or whatever, you do not want the Antifa, you do not want Antifa running the show. You do not want that hellscape running the show. It basically is anarchy at that point. And that's something I'm not about. And they make, you know what's crazy is the multiple threats that have been made to conservatives as well by these people. I don't like it. I don't like it one single iota. And look, I don't even consider myself really a conservative at the end of the day. I consider myself progressive, shockingly. I know, shocking. So yeah, I consider myself a classic liberal for sure. A little bit of a mix of classic Abraham Lincoln style Republican, sure. But I don't think you should I don't think you should just choose one party or another. You know, you can, I guess you can say, align with certain things, but nobody's ever 100% one way. Yeah, I mean, the Nazi Party, exactly. Ani said it best. The Nazi Party wasn't exactly socialist. They were the National Socialist Party of Germany. But just like actually, socialism does turn into authoritarianism pretty quickly, so they were pretty accurate in what they became. So yeah, socialism turns into authoritarianism very quickly because it's very easy to take advantage of a group. Because people that are in groups don't actually think for themselves. In fact, you can argue that they don't really think at all. That's why I hate groups. I can't stand groupthink. I just think it's bad. Thank you, Song Jones. I appreciate the Vine. Appreciate it. Means a lot. So if anybody's got any super chats, at this point, we haven't really had any super chats, so we're just going to go another hour until we get some, man. If you guys have any pressing comments or questions that you want to be seen, either become a member and chat in the chat, or give us a super chat, one or the other. Memberships for the show are only 99 cents per month. If you like the show, if you like the personality behind it, I'm going to be streaming a lot more often. Considering the show has done extremely well, way better than I expected it would. But also, I've got other jobs that I do. Make sure you guys like the stream, though. Raging Butterfly says if you do calls, will come up. I mean, I'm thinking about bringing back calls. I just don't know if it's a good idea or not. Look, if you guys want to super chat, I do sincerely answer. I try to sincerely answer the chats, but I do spend more time answering super chats because, one, I like to... Well, I don't know. I like to advertise people in a little bit of a way. I like to give them shout outs and really acknowledge their contribution to the show. Yeah, I already do have a job, dude. I guess you could say this is my job, and I'm also an independent contractor as well. I take on other side jobs. I'll just say that. But I'm an independent contractor. I'm not employed by anybody. I'm technically unemployed, yes. But it's not like I don't work. I do work. I work on this show. I also do independent contractor work outside of this show. So I don't know. Say what you want, man. Say what you want. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Well, actually, I don't, I mean, I'm 1099 completely. This is my business. This is my business. I do my independent contractor work outside of this as well. I'm not employed. I'm just not. How can you say I'm employed when I'm not employed by any particular agency? I'm unemployed, man. I'm as unemployed as I could be. And I'm proud of that. I am nobody's bitch, is basically what I'm saying. And the best part about it is I don't have managers telling me what to do. That's the one thing I hated about working for a company. I don't like being told what to do and most of the managers in call centers these days, at least with T-Tech, are incompetent and are actually terrible to you. So for the longest time I had great managers until FCR merged into T-Tech, and it turned into a total S show. So yeah, T-Tech's garbage. Checking my emails real quick, you guys. One moment. I do like to make sure I check my emails when I can. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been so good to me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her brony boy, and she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink brony bro, and you dance at the club. Holy fuck, I'm just having fun on the stage with my hooves. It's where I belong, down at the Bachelor's Inn. I'm gonna keep on prancing at the Bachelor's Inn. Nude male horseplay with my boy named Vin. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Bachelor's Inn. Bachelor's Inn. How am I telling on myself, man? Oni, tell me. How am I telling on myself? I'm not employed. Think about it. This is my business, and I got my business outside of this business. I'm not employed by any entity. I'm not really employed. I'm unemployed. That's the truth. I'm not even lying. So. Oh. Yeah, I'm a pink brony bro, dude. And I dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just being gay on the stage in my heels. I've got a man thong on and it's at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on prancing down in West Hollywood. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Give me one more moment, everybody. I'm just gonna... Song Jones is wondering where Brad is. I think Brad might be watching this. I don't know. I think he's Brad might be on the crapper right now. I don't know. Brad is doing some weird... Dude, Brad was admitting some weird stuff on the stream last night. It was creepy. Kind of weird, dude. Make sure you guys like the stream, though, by the way. More likes we have, the better. It does help the discoverability of this stream. So if you guys like the stream, I can annoy more people, basically. Think about it this way. If you like the stream, you guys can watch me annoy more and more people on YouTube. So the more likes we get, the more I can annoy people, okay? Tosca, thank you so much, by the way, for last night. You helped so much on the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The super chat you gave were incredible. Can we give a round of applause for Tosca keeping the show funded last night? Member of the show as well, newest member of the show. By the way, if you guys want to become a member, do what Tosca did. 99 cents a month. You guys can cancel whenever you really want, truthfully. It's up to you. But the more members we have, the better. We're really trying to up the membership game as well. But like I said, if you guys like the stream at the very least, it'll allow me to annoy more people out there. So it really pushes the show out to the algorithm, and I can annoy as many people as possible. And I'm sure you guys love watching me annoy people. I'm sure you guys, this is one of the reasons why people love watching the show, because I do try. I don't try to agitate. I really don't. But people either love me or they hate me. And they can't help it sometimes. So, that's the way it goes, man. So yeah, make sure you guys like the stream. It helps out a lot. And we really greatly appreciate it on this end. We live off likes and we love super chats. We love them so much. Annoying. Yeah, I'm kind of annoying, for sure. I'm an annoying dude. I'll admit it. It's one of my best qualities. 'Cause I'm a pink brony bro, and I dance at the club, oh my girl. If you guys can, though, give me a few more moments, okay? Tosca says, you have a good singing voice, Michael. Thank you. I do enjoy, I really do enjoy singing quite a bit. Maybe it's because I'm part Irish. Maybe that's why. But I do enjoy singing, for sure. Would I have ever made it in a band? No. It would be fun to join a band for fun. If they wanted me to like be a guest singer every now and then, I'd love to be a guest singer. But as far as it goes, I just like to play my keyboard in random places, places where people least expect me to be, and then we go from there. I am the realest brony brother. So Raging Butterfly says, so is it trolling viewers? Sometimes I troll. I'll admit I'm a little bit of a troll from time to time. But I am sincere, though. I will say this. For the most part, I'm pretty sincere. I do get a little sarcastic, sometimes a little condescending. I'll admit that. But if I feel like something's ridiculous, I get a little condescending for sure. Yeah. I guess you could say a little bit of trolling here, a little bit of trolling there. But I love it, man. I love it. But yeah, I'm still I want to say this, I'm still actively looking for regular employment because, there are some disadvantages to being I wouldn't even say I'm self-employed. I mean, I run my own businesses. That's really what it boils down to for the most part. I'm really just a sole proprietor at the end of the day, Hold on. So, look at this. So it says in the ingredients, Tosca. So Tosca's saying that pomegranate juice that you're drinking is all sugar, fructose, same as the glucose in the body. So hold on, let's take a look at this. So the ingredients is 100% pomegranate juice from concentrate bottled by where there's no extra sugars in here. If there were, wouldn't it say that there were extra sugars or random things implemented into this? Tosca says, want to start a debate, Michael? I guess. I mean, what do you want to debate? I mean, what sounds good to you? You know me, I'm always pretty open to talking about just about anything, really. Yeah, I mean, pomegranate juice is great, man. It's good for you. At least it's been good for me, man. It doesn't even have that much sodium. Well, it doesn't have that much sugar in there either. Well, I take that back. Yeah, sugar content's a little high in there, but it's from pomegranates. I mean, pomegranate is a fruit, albeit a slightly bitter one for sure. Will Newman asks, is this a Taylor Swift superfan channel? Yes. At this point, it really is. Um, well, I mean, we could talk about the topic at hand. Do you think that Antifa should be labeled as a terrorist organization? Do you believe it actually is? Now, Trump administration did label it as one, and I can't say I necessarily disagree with him. You know, I do believe that decentralized groups are a net negative to society. I really do. I don't really care which decentralized group it is. I don't even care if it's right or left, or center. I think it's just most decentralized groups evolve into anarchy very quickly. So no, look, and I don't think that I really don't think that Trump should send military to Portland. I say whatever happens happens at this point in Portland. You know, I don't think you should send the military. I just don't know if it's really needed. You know, well, it's probably needed at the end of the day, but is it a good idea? Is it really ethical? Is it? I don't know. Depends, I guess. I mean, it depends on how much of a real threat Antifa actually is. By the way, make sure you guys like the stream. More likes we get, the better. More subscribes we get, the better. So I appreciate any likes and subscribes. I just appreciate you all viewing, man. This is great. It's always a pleasure to have everybody come in here and just and really talk it up and talk up a storm and stuff. So. Sorry, you guys, I'm completing a couple tasks that I got to do on this end. So Tosca's asking, Michael, when you are not interacting with the chat, what are you doing? So I'm doing more research. I'm looking into a couple different topics, trying to make sure that I'm trying to keep up to date with all the news, trying to see if there's another topic I should be trying to bring up. And honestly, at the end of the day, it looks like based on all the topics, I mean, we've covered a lot of ground with the whole with Donald Trump designating Antifa a terrorist organization, and we really covered a lot of ground. What does gooning mean? I actually don't know what gooning means, but I bet if I looked on Urban Dictionary, I bet I would get the answer. But yeah, I was also just completing a couple general tasks that I have to do research-wise. You know. Well, hold on. I got to check my fantasy football as well. Christian says I would like to talk about my grinder crashed at Charlie. What the hell? Oh, my God. Oh, Silly Jinx, you're good, brother. It's okay. You don't have to be in every single live stream, brother. I appreciate it, though. Let's see. Give me just another moment, you guys. Dude, my boy Lad McConkey is just crashing hard. Dude, Scatabo is doing great. Yeah, so the boys are going to come over for a little bit. My boys Nate Dog and Mr. Bill Dog, which will be cool. I mean, it'd be good for me to hang out with the boys for a little bit. I haven't seen them in a little, so let's see. Tosca says, Christian, you're literally the embodiment of the rot of this country. Oh, man. Oh, let's see. It's all good. Christian, dude, leave Tosca alone, dude. Look, if you're going to beef with anybody, Christian, beef with me. Got it? Leave Tosca alone. Tosca did nothing wrong. I mean, I technically haven't done anything wrong either, except for do the show. My boy Ty Lord, who is the reason that I need to keep buying baby oil, says, Dad, help, there's a bottle stuck. Oh, man. Ty Lord. I don't know what to say, brother. Don't know what to say. So, random guy on YouTube is my biological stepson, everybody. His name's Ty Lord. And we call him Ty Lord at least. His real name is Tyler, but we call him Ty Lord. Started by my boy Ants on that one. So that's my home dog right there. Silly Jinx says, Garza. Yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing, Silly Jinx. I think Ty Lord, Ty Lord gets a little bit crazy in the chat, so he may. I don't know if he may do his thing in the chat. Is all I'm gonna say. Whatever happens on the chat, I'm not responsible. You guys have at it. Pow around and do whatever creepy thing it is. All you guys do. Give me 1 second. I'm doing a little chat GPT research. I'm looking into some bets and gambling and shit. So I'm doing some degenerate gambling is what I'm doing. Tylord says, I'm here to tell everyone to eat their potatoes. They heal the soul. That's no truer words have been spoken, my brony brother. After I am done with this stream, though, I am going to go for a bit of a walk, clear my head a little bit, and then try to stream a little bit more. Give me another moment, folks. Silly Jinx, I don't know. Garza shaped like a potato. I am kind of potato shaped. I do have an interesting look to me. Don't get me wrong. I look kind of weird, but you know, I am sort of a potato. Absolutely, without a doubt. Make sure you guys like the stream, by the way. The more likes we get, the better. So please like the stream. More likes, more simps. We need more simps. We need more pimps, but we also need more simps. So if you like the stream, not only are you a pimp, but you're also a really cool simp. And I appreciate that, brother. Silly Jinx has a bat for protection. So, Silly Jinx believes that my biological stepson is up to no good in the chat. It's going to get weird. I don't know what to say. Raging Butterfly says, make me. Making you would require far too much effort. Hey, I know my audience, man. If you're not my audience, I mean, I'm not a people pleaser, man. I like helping people, you know, giving them the knowledge they need and giving them the encouragement that they need to do the right stuff in life, obviously. But I'll never make anybody do anything. But I will definitely encourage people. Yeah, Jinx is going a little crazy. Jinx thinks that you're going to do some weird stuff. I don't know. I mean, look. I mean, my man's a degenerate. I mean, I think we both have the same kind of baby oil at the end of the day. I don't know. But make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to the channel. The more likes, the more subscribes we get, the more the channel gets pushed out to the world. And the more we push it out to the world, the better. But I'm going to try and experiment here real quick. Please subscribe. And like. I'm going to do a very interesting experiment here, folks. Now you ready here. Now you ready here for what's to come. I will admit, this show gets really weird. There's a little bit of degeneracy that tends to happen on this show. And whatever happens, just, you know, stay safe. That's all I can say. Stay safe. You know, make sure you protect your bussy. Make sure you protect your mussy. These are just facts of life. This is how the world works. I'm always streaming, man. I'm always creaming. Raging Butterfly, you don't want to know. You just don't want to know about the bussy. The bussy or the mussy, it's just not right. My boy Tylord says, just eat a potato and you're gonna be fine. Potatoes are great, don't get me wrong. Could you technically live off potatoes? I mean, you would survive. I mean, as far as I know. Not a doctor, by the way. I'm going to check out X for the latest trending news, because usually X is where everybody's talking about crap. Let's see. Today's news, New York City suspends re-election campaign. Oh, Eric Adams is suspending his re-election campaign. Crazy. My boy Chase McLaughlin is trending. Oh, he drilled a 65-yard field goal at the end of the half. Damn, dude. Man is a pimp, dude. That is right down the effing pipe. That might be and barely made it, but that might be the straightest kick I've ever seen in my life. Damn, dude. See, I like having kickers that are a part of really good offenses, or a part of offenses that are going up against a weak opponent. Tennessee is struggling. I'm hoping my boy Ladd McConkey, though, gets me a few extra points. Actually, let me redo this message. I'm going to copy this message real quick. I'm trying a few marketing experiments. Okay, Tosca is asking, Michael, how do you feel about the Trump administration has done on immigration since Trump took over? I think they've been very aggressive about illegal immigration, for sure. I don't know if they've improved. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily know if they've improved the process at all of getting people immigrated into the country, but we'll see. We'll see what the results end up being, for sure. Without a doubt. Make sure you guys like the stream, though. The more likes we have, the better. So please, any likes you could provide, we really appreciate it. If you don't want to like the stream, at least subscribe. Subscribe or like or both. We take it all. Positive vibrational energy, man. Positive vibrational energy. So if you guys want to give me the love, send me a like, man. Like the stream. I want to annoy as many people as I can, and it's an honor. It's an honor, man. But yeah, make your voices heard, everybody. Make your voices heard. Cam Scatabo, man, he is just kicking butt today. He's the lead running back for the New York Giants right now. He's looking good, man. He's just looking really, really good. Dude, another run. Dude, this guy is insane. Scatabo's looking like the GOAT, dude. Dude, I think I landed me a really heck of a good running back. And then Kenneth Gainwell got me 31.4 fantasy points today. Yeah, Kenneth Gainwell was great, man. So, like, if that's why I have him as my running back handcuff for Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren was out for this game, so I was able to easily substitute him in. My boy Ty Lord says, "Eat the potatoes." Get it, man. Raging Butterfly says, "I think I like you. I appreciate the like. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the vine. I appreciate the likes and the subscribes, everybody. Really do." But yeah, thank you, my biological stepson. We're part of the Diddy family line at the end of the day. So Ty Lord and I were part of the Diddy family tree somewhere. And that's why he's my biological stepson. So what do you guys think about this executive order that designates Antifa a terrorist organization? Like, do you guys concur with it? Do you guys think it's a little extreme? Or do you guys think it's just the right level of what's needed? Me personally, it gets into some gray areas for sure when you label any organization as a terrorist organization. But at the same time, I mean, has Antifa really proven themselves to be anything else? I mean, they're anarchists that want to overthrow the government. They're decentralized in their operation. There's no central leadership. I mean, if they could prove that as a whole that this collective consciousness is doing wrong things, then, by all means, I guess label them as a terrorist organization, But outside of it, man, I'm not sure. But yeah, sorry about that. Distracted by the fantasy football stuff. After the stream is done, though, I'm definitely taking a walk for a bit, clearing my head a little bit. So, as much as I can. Trying to think where I want to walk to. Probably going to go find the nearest hill and just walk up the hill. Probably be a good idea. But we're going to keep the stream going for a little while longer. Once we hit the third hour, I think that's when we'll quit the stream. But yeah, we're at this point, we're only answering and highlighting super chats and members only. But yeah, outside of it though, man, it's just like, who do you guys think is going to win all this? Do you think that Trump is... I mean, I think it's more of symbolic. I really do think it's a symbolic thing. You know? That's my belief at the end of the day. But we'll see. We shall see. All right, taking out my fantasy football, man. Oh my God. One more time. Yeah, I definitely want more subscribers. Akram is watching a movie. Heck yeah. What sort of movie films are you watching? What are you doing? What are you doing here? What do you think you mean? Don't look at my butt cheeks today. My butt cheeks are messy and lame. I'm sorry if they're a little loose. They're loose like a goose. You don't even know why my cheeks are loose. Just get out of here with all of that hate. You guys think that people are hating on my loose cheeks? Is it weird that my cheeks are so loose? Like, you know, that my bootay is so loose. Tosca says probably. By the way, you are the latest member of the show. Thank you very much for that. Dude, my boy Lad McConkey is struggling. Holy smokes, man. Matt Prater again. Dude, the Buffalo Bills are eviscerating the New Orleans Saints. If I could, then I would go wherever you will go. Way up high or down low. I want to thank all the simps and all the pimps. Let's see. Michael, if you want subscribers, you have to talk and interact. You have to have talking points you believe in and push every day. You will get a following eventually, but you're not doing that. Dude, I got like 5,000. What's my count currently? I've got 5,439 subscribers. I mean, the formula works. And look, I usually do interact. But, you know, right now I'm being a little slow. It's kind of a lazy Sunday for me. Tosca says, like, are you even interested in being successful, dude? It's so easy. Yeah, I'm doing a pretty good job so far, right? I've got thousands of subscribers. I'm still growing, by the way. I'm still growing. And I got a formula. I've been evolving the formula. There are times in some streams where once we get to hour 2.5, I'm tired. What up, Ryan? What up, G? But yeah, no. Right now, I'm answering only super chats, and yeah, that's what I'm doing for now. I'm answering members and super chats only. So if you're a member, I'll answer you automatically. If you're not a member, super chat.
Laugh out loud.
Ryan, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Vine. Sorry about that. I've been distracted with fantasy football all morning. So apologies to everybody if I'm trying not to get distracted at the moment. And I'm glad you have a plan. I like you. No, don't worry. I'm being successful, brother. I am just sometimes during the streams when there's a little bit of downtime, when we're not getting a lot of people, I get a little lazy. Don't get me wrong. I look at my phone. I try to do other tasks. I try to multitask. And multitasking just ends up in failure every time. But Ryan, thank you for the $2 super chat, my man. Ryan is asking me, or asking the chat as well. I think it's an open question for everybody. Did you hear about that church in Michigan today? No, I didn't. But you know what I could do? I'll do some research real quick. So, church Michigan. I'm going to look up news. Oh, jeez. Dude, this type of news is just tough. I can't. This is rough. Oh. So, as much as I don't trust CNN, this is one of the headlines that does say at least 1 dead and 9 others wounded after shooting and a fire at Michigan church. Crews battle large fire at Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Oh, man. So the article is saying what we know, at least 1 person was killed and 9 others were wounded in a shooting at the Church of the Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints in Grand. Authorities say a gunman rammed a vehicle through the front of the church during a large service, began shooting, and then intentionally set a fire that grew into a large blaze. My God. Police believe they may find additional victims when it's safe to enter the building. God, that's so messed up, dude. That's beyond, dude. This has become way too commonplace, man. It's becoming too commonplace, and I can't stand for it, man. Officers exchanged fire with the gunman and killed him. According to police, he has been identified as a 40-year-old Michigan man. Grand Blanc is a suburb of Flint, Michigan, and is located about an hour's drive north of Detroit. All this that I just read is from CNN. It's their live updates of the church shooting that happened in Michigan. Disgusting, man. Flipping disgusting. Let's see. It's messed up, dude. The level of psychosis with these people. If you're shooting up buildings, you're a coward. You're just a coward. Like, seriously, if you are killing innocent people like that, you're just a coward, man. That's all you are. It's sick. It's disgusting. When does it stop? Like, when? Like, you know, it's messed up. I don't know. But thank you for the super chat, Ryan. I greatly appreciate it. Damn, dude. At the end of the day, we have a psychosis problem. Ryan says you want my honest opinion on when it stops. Not a lot of people will like. Hey, go ahead, Ryan, man. We always want an honest take. An honest take doesn't have to be a likable take. It just has to be a take. And honestly, we don't censor. I'm not going to tell you you're an evil person. I may think it's a bad idea or a good idea. Who knows? But we try to enable people to be as honest and true to themselves on this channel. That's our goal. We want everybody to be honest. Give me a few minutes, guys. I'm going to take a quick whiz. Make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. The more likes we get on the stream, the better. We really greatly appreciate it. Really trying to grow the channel to the maximum extent possible. So I just want to say I appreciate you guys big time. Thank you. I think it has everything to do with the mental health of our society. I think too many people are on certain kinds of drugs. It wrecks their brain and they start having these stupid thoughts. There's nothing courageous about this. Nothing at all, man. It's messed up. It's messed up to the core. I don't like it. It's disturbing how commonplace this has become. You know, it shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be. It makes you not want to go out, you know? I mean, there's a real degradation here in society, man. And I mean it, man. I mean it when I say I believe there is a degradation in society happening right this instant, right now, dude. Right here, right now. When's it going to stop? You know? Does it stop? Will it stop? I don't know. I understand why people want to be a recluse. You know? I get it. I understand why people don't want to go out at this point. I get it. But at the same time, we can't just cower in fear. Best thing we could do is just be alert of our surroundings. So Ryan is saying YouTube isn't letting me post my take. Okay. Sorry about that, brother. Yeah, YouTube loves to censor, I'll tell you that. Ain't that the truth? It is crazy how much YouTube actually does censor, though, sometimes. When it comes to comments, they've actually gotten really good about letting content creators say what's on their mind and really speak their own truth. So I got to give credit where credit's due, for sure. YouTube has just gotten a lot better about a lot of that stuff. So, but yeah, they can go a little crazy sometimes with that ban hammer, with that censorship hammer. We'll do one more poll. We're going to kind of make a more black and white sort of poll here. Very, very yes or no. No unsure. It's either yes or no on the poll. The question is Donald Trump right about Antifa? So far, we got 2 votes in. 1 yes, 1 no. Make sure you guys like the stream, by the way. The more likes we get, the better. Thank you. And make sure you guys subscribe to the channel as well. More subscribers, the better. What do you guys think? Is Donald Trump correct about Antifa? So far, we got a 50-50 split. So 40% of you say yes, 60% of you say no. Dustin says, I used to support Trump, but no longer, though. Yeah, that sounds really gay. It's a tie ball game here. So the question is Donald Trump, and this is a real sincere question, is Donald Trump right about Antifa? Is he correct? What do you guys think? Because I think it's an important question, man. I think it's a very important question. And I think it's a good poll here. 43% of you say yes, he is right about Antifa. 57% of you say no. Obviously, you guys know my take on this. I just have not been a big fan of Antifa. I just really don't believe they're a force for good. I'm not a fan of decentralized anything when it comes to groups. You know, will my stance on that change at any point? Who knows? Maybe. Time will tell. Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Brony Club. By the way, I don't like... So here's the thing. It's a digital, decentralized currency that you're talking about, Dustin. And I think Bitcoin is a scam. It's one of the biggest scams. It's private money. But it's private money disguised as something that's valuable. The problem is it's just a string of data at the end of the day. So don't... I don't know. Look, I think decentralized organizations are a bad thing too. It just devolves into chaos. Now, on paper, a decentralized currency seems like an interesting idea, but that devolves into chaos as well. None of the markets can really agree on what the true price of it would be. Thank you guys for subscribing, though. The more subscribers we have, the better. Thank you so much. We got more votes in. So we got 8 votes. We're trying to increase the vote. So make sure you vote in the poll, by the way. Is Donald Trump right about Antifa? That's the question. 50% of you say yes, 50% of you say no. It's a very split topic, obviously. And I'm curious, like legitimately curious to see what people think and see what people want to say about it. Give me a few moments, though. I am going to tinkle just a little bit. I'm going to use the bathroom. So while I'm tinkling, feel free to subscribe to the channel and like the stream. And then send a super chat, man. Mm-hmm. Kemoy Chapman says it really is not a group, just a bunch of individuals with a main central idea. But it is a group. A decentralized group at that. And they also operate as a group. So to say it's not a group, I think is actually kind of messed up, considering they all call themselves, we're Antifa. Sounds like a group to me. Sounds like a decentralized organization to me, Kemoy. Dustin says, sheepy guy. Ryan says, I've been seeing that since the Occupy movements back in 2010s. There have been another confirmed. Oh, geez. That whole situation, man, is messed up. Dustin says, your critical thinking usually seems to be engaged, but your pretentious ego, I think, gets in the way at times. Dude, I have a bit of an ego. Absolutely. But I do have the ability to critically think. And yeah, can I be a little arrogant at times? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I love being arrogant on this channel. I love it. Thank you for the prayers, thoughts and prayers. Spartacus is saying, do you even know what Antifa stands for? Yeah, they stand for anti-fascist. But they always say antifascista. Here's the thing, man. The irony is, just like with most things, the most likely result is the most ironic one. Antifa has become, in itself, a fascist organization because it uses fascist tactics to censor people and make their lives hell. Honestly, the only fascist organization Antifa needs to demolish is Antifa itself, because Antifa has devolved into a fascist organization. So therefore, Antifa must dismantle its own group, by all logic, because Antifa is a fascist organization. Sorry. That's just the truth, man. Look at the reports. Look at the raw video. Spartacus is asking, correct. Are you not anti-fascist or are you pro-fascist? So you tell me, based off looking at me alone in the way that I talk, am I a fascist? Am I censoring anybody? Am I telling people how to think? I'm giving my opinion, obviously. I want to hear what everybody has to say, even if I think some of the people in here are stupid. But I want to hear them. But yeah, I would say I'm pretty anti-fascist. That's why I'm anti-Antifa. Because Antifa is a fascist organization. They're just ironically named Antifa. I am not a fascist. And I think Antifa is lame as balls. I also think Antifa's full of rich kids who got nothing better to do. Spartacus, it's a decentralized organization. How many times do I have to tell you? By the way, all these people in Portland waving the Antifa flag, saying they're Antifa, it sounds like a group to me. If anything, it sounds like a gang that gets together on Reddit forums, probably. I bet they all get together on Reddit. And then they private message each other, probably through Telegram or whatever. Look, Antifa, whether you like to admit it or not, is a group, a decentralized group of people that ideologically want to stop fascists. But the irony is they're not stopping any fascists. Because if they were stopping fascists, they would stop themselves. Because the irony is Antifa uses fascist techniques to censor people. Duh. I don't always agree with Trump, But I agree with him on this one. Antifa should be labeled a terrorist organization. Without a doubt. I've not seen any good come out of them anyway. The people who believe in the whole Antifa movement, they're deluding themselves. Spartacus says, where can I find the group list of names? Or is it an ideology? It's a cult. It's a if you want to say it's a decentralized gang, if you want to see it's a decentralized terrorist organization, if you want to call it a decentralized cult, you can say that. It's a cult with no real leadership. And that might even be more scary and more ominous if you think about it. When there's an organization that is really pieced together, not by any true hierarchy, by the way, but pieced together by a bunch of anarchists on the internet saying, this is what you need to do. This is fascist. This is fascist. The problem is, anybody who doesn't agree with you guys at this point is considered a fascist. Me not agreeing with you makes me a fascist. If I think Antifa is stupid, if I think the group Antifa is dumb, you call me a fascist. And then you call me, then not only do you call me fascist because you want to harm me, you call me fascist because you're a little prick. You call me fascist because you're a little pussy. And you're intellectually dishonest. That's what you are. Boom. Seriously, you're intellectually dishonest. And you're not sincere. You're just a rich kid who wants to bully people. That's all you are. That's what I think of Antifa, man. I just think they're a bunch of rich kids who want to bully people. I don't like them. I think it's a rotten to the core group, man. Antifascista. It's just so stupid. I can't stand the group. I have nothing but contempt for Antifa, if anything. I just want to mock them. That's all I can really do, though. I don't want to harm anybody. I just want to mock them. I want to mock Antifa. Yeah, you can, by the way, you can start a cult. By the way, you could start a cult surrounded by one single ideology. Yes. The Democrat Party is considered a cult, in my mind. They have no central leadership, but you could say the Democrat Party has become an ideological cult. You could say the same thing with MAGA, even though I guess you could say that, Donald Trump is the centralized leader of the MAGA movement. But the MAGA movement is less ominous. I think it's more ominous when it's decentralized and there's no clear leadership. The thing is, it's all about anarchy, man. That's all Antifa is. It's an anarchy ploy. They just want to spread anarchy and go crazy. It's just, I don't know. It's not for me. It's a group. Sherry, it's a decentralized group. How is it stupid to... Okay, when all these people get together, they call themselves Antifa. They call them members of Antifa. How is that not a group? That sounds like a group to me. Doesn't it? Sounds like a bloody group. It's a decentralized group of people. When they all get together and they say, I'm Antifa, this is what democracy looks like. That's a group. It's a group. So, Sherry, your stupidity is showing for not acknowledging that these people get together in groups. You can gaslight me all day. But, dude, Antifa is a group. And it's a bad one at that. It's a decentralized hellhole. And by the way, this is probably going to be the last stream I talk about Antifa for a while, because even talking about the group just makes my blood pressure rise because I know how dumb they are. What about MAGA? Yeah, I think MAGA is a bit of a cult at this point too. Absolutely. I can agree with that. Sure. I'm not full on MAGA, by the way. I like Donald Trump. I would rather have Donald Trump in office than a Democrat, without a doubt, because I think Democrats have become too communist and too socialist for their own good. So, yeah. But yes, Sherry, it is a group. I don't know how it isn't. They all get together in groups. They all vandalize together in groups. They all protest in groups, and they all call themselves Antifa. We're a part of the Antifa movement. It's like, okay, it sounds like a group to me. So calling, not addressing that it's a group is intellectually dishonest. Be honest. Be sincere. I don't know. I think Sherry's trying to rage bait me, which is good. I mean, it works because I do get pretty emotional on this show. If I think somebody's being intellectually dishonest, I get kind of crazy. Raging Butterfly says, what is Antifa? It's basically a group of college kids that go on Reddit, and they call themselves Antifa, and then they go out and vandalize stuff. And they're usually just rich kids who have their college paid for by their daddies. And then they basically just complain, protest, and then they vandalize when they don't get their way. Yeah, it's really just BS. And for those of you who are saying I'm generalizing, you're absolutely correct. Proudly on that one. Give me a few seconds, folks. Just doing a little bit of research on a couple things. A little more than usual. Sorry about that. I had a couple tasks I forgot I needed to do, so I'm getting them done real quick. Give me one more second, everybody. Okay, let me take a look here. I missed a few chats. I'm sorry about that, folks. Let me get back to it. The Democratic Party, by the way, Spartacus, has become one of the most socialist organizations in the world. Seriously, that party promotes socialism and communism on the daily. They want bigger federal government. They believe there should be like a federal agency for almost everything. And, yeah. They're huge on centralized government power. They want a law. They want a federal law for everything. They want law of the land. I think most laws should be implemented by the states. By the way, we got a 50-50 split. 18 votes, by the way. Is Donald Trump right about Antifa? Is he right? I think he is, without a doubt. Yeah. Yeah, fascism is the perfect form of socialism, Ryan. Exactly. It's actually very intertwined. Also, whenever you implement socialist and communist concepts at all, it tends to end up being authoritarian, one way or another. Well, they constantly, like their entire base promotes socialism and communism. They pander to the socialists and the communists. For example, what's her name? That Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez lady, she's always touts socialism. Whatever her name is, something Omar. She's big on socialism and communism. I mean, like, you can look, the Democratic Party, man, has become the party of the socialist and the communist. And, in a lot of ways, the anarchist. I think the further that the left distances themselves, they got to distance themselves from Antifa, man. If the left ever hopes to win an election again, sincerely, I mean this. By the way, Democrats, if you ever want to win an election again, separate yourselves from Antifa completely. Do not condone what they do. You know what they're doing. You know they're up to no good. Donald Trump is correct in labeling them a terrorist organization. Yeah, fascism is basically whatever Antifa's been doing to silence people, that's fascism. Anytime they're trying to censor somebody or violently threaten, that's a form of fascism, man, whether you like to admit it or not. Fascism and socialism go hand in hand. And Antifa, first off, Antifa is basically, the irony is they say they're an anarchist group, but yet they want socialism and communism. Is the weirdest thing. It's a contradiction. Socialism and communism require that there be a centralized body of governance to keep everything in check. And then at the same time, in the same breath, they're like, but we're an anarchist group. It's like, okay. So you guys want anarchy, huh? Okay. But you also want socialism. Those two just don't work together in reality. Yeah, socialism is a form of collectivism. So is communism. They're both collectivist concepts. And they just don't work. They don't offer human beings any freaking incentives. That's why socialism and communism just don't work at the end of the day. Hey man, when I'm right, I'm right. The legend Diddy Juice is winning, maybe. Cam Scatabo, dude, is killing it. Come on, Scatabo, give me a touchdown, dude. Give me a tutty. Give me a tutty. I want me some Scatabo, dude. It's looking so sexy. New Orleans is keeping up with the Bills right now, damn. No, they're no joke. And my boy Lad McConkey, dude, has been targeted 6 times and only got 1 catch. Lad McConkey might end up being one of my worst picks overall. Crazy. Make sure you guys subscribe and like the channel. Send a super chat. Your message is highlighted and read first. We really greatly appreciate it. It does help us out a lot. But answering and highlighting super chats of members only for the rest of the stream. So yeah, if you want your voices heard right now, you guys, you gotta put down that super chat money. You gotta put down them super chats if you want your voice heard, man. I will respond to certain people who've already given a super chat, like Ryan says, same result for means, subcoordinates to the state, which is people. But yeah, make your voices heard, everybody. You get highlighted. You get seen, you get heard. It's cool. Helps out the channel a lot too. Just press the little $sign. Press that $sign, my man. Come on, lad. I need a touchdown from you, brother. Man, he's been targeted 6 times, but he only caught like eek. Lad has done so poorly this game, man. It sucks. Well, let's hope Lad at least pumps it up a little bit. That's crazy, man. I didn't know the Giants even had a good secondary. Well, think about it. Isn't that what everybody wants on the Democrat side? They just want everybody to be socialist. They want socialism, man. They love it. They eat it up. They're in love with the socialist way. Well, Ryan, I mean, most socialists and communists, like Spartacus, tend to be very authoritarian in nature. That's why whenever communism rears its ugly head, or socialism, it turns into authoritarian regimes very quickly, and then everybody becomes miserable, and it basically, the ones at the top in government live a lavish lifestyle, and the ones who live below under the guise of communism and socialism live a crap life. So, yeah, collectivist concepts are not good at the end of the day. That's just the truth. Yeah, Spartacus, you don't know what it takes to be a good boss, dude. You're an idiot. Just like a tyrant. Sorry, you guys. I had to reset the chat. No, you just sound like you're probably... I thought you were a Democrat. I thought you were into socialism, but still. Yeah. If you don't recognize... Here's the thing. At this point, if you don't recognize that the Democrat Party has aligned with socialist and communism, socialism and communism, and you don't realize that they're a collectivist, crazy organization... I mean, it's just shocking. Sorry, you guys. The chat appears to be broken. Oh, let's see. Testing the chat real quick. Lame. Well, it looks like my social stream ninja is a little bit broken at the moment. I don't know what's up with it. Huh. Well. Huh. Well, it looks like Stream Ninja's being something. I don't even know what it's being at the moment, man. It's crazy. Yes, Sherry. I'm just as broken as you are, maybe. I will say my problem with socialism is, you know, you guys can say that I'm arrogant, but my God, you guys inspire me to be arrogant because you guys yourselves are just as arrogant as I am. I just can't stand collectivists. I just think there's a certain smugness, a certain arrogance that just gets a little too crazy for me sometimes. Activate selected. Hold on. Is it going to work? I'm going to close out of... let me see if I could try to select a live source again. Okay, I think I got it working. Let's try this again. Testing. There we go. It's back. There we go. Casey Quinn says, not arrogant, just a fool. I mean, you can... Look. At the end of the day, communism and socialism are bad ideas, all right? I'm just surprised people don't see that. Yeah, and it's pretty much all it is, man. It's just personal attack after personal attack from these people. And man, at the end of the day, the only thing I'm guilty of is just I can't stand. At the end of the day, the only thing I'm guilty of, which isn't much of a guilt at all, is I can't stand Antifa. I think it's a bunch of rich college kids that are just looking for ways to be jerks. And yeah, college kids from rich parents, man. I just think the most Antifa, I mean, either that or what do you call it, disassociative, you know, and they could be people looking for a purpose, but, you know, honestly, you're not going to find any true purpose in a decentralized group like that. Honestly, the moment that you take time to really reflect on who or what you are, you may not like what you see, but you should do it. Seriously. I mean this for everybody. Take your time to see who you really are deep down. Yeah, you're right, Spartacus. I am obsessed. I'm obsessed. I think groups on a massive scale are a bad thing. I just do. From the bottom of my heart, I mean that. All right, so we're answering super chats only for the remainder. I'm going to be going for a walk here in a little bit, but I want to close this out. We're answering super chats only right now. Subscribe and like. But I am very much, yes, Raging Butterfly. I am not a fan of Antifa, brother or sister, or what. I don't know why I called you brother. I'm calling everybody brother. But look at Raging Butterfly. I don't like Antifa. I don't think that they're a net I think they're a net negative to society. I really do. I don't see anything good about that group. I just don't think you find any purpose in a group full of anarchists. Well, I look at it this way, my good man. If you support Antifa, you are supporting fascism because Antifa does use fascist techniques to get their point across. So in all reality, if they're really anti-fascist, they should be dismantling themselves. Second, yeah, I don't actually think Trump is a fascist. I really don't. Yeah, at the end of the day, I think there have been more atrocities committed by communists and socialists who have taken power. Like I said, communism and socialism tends to lead to authoritarianism pretty quickly, at least based on history. I just don't think any of that will ever change because it's very easy to take advantage of a group. That's why, and also there's just no incentives in socialism or communism. So, but a lot of these people in Antifa, they claim to be like socialists or communists, but they also in the same breath claim to be anarchists as well, which is a very hilarious irony, by the way, because anarchists don't want any government, but yet at the same time, they essentially want the government to take care of them as well through communism and socialism. It's a very weird irony. Not a fan of it. But yeah, so I like Donald Trump, whether people think he's a fascist or not. Big whoop. Yeah, I really say big whoop because honestly, I still think I do think him sending troops to Portland, I think might be an overreach. We're getting to that overreach part of it. But him deeming Antifa a terrorist organization, I mean, they are a decentralized group, whether people want to admit that or not. And they tend to do a lot. They tend to like be like, this is what democracy look like. Exactly why I hate democracy, by the way. Exactly why I would prefer that we just stay a constitutional republic without a doubt. But yeah, one of the main reasons I hate democracy is that is what democracy looks like. It basically just turns into a bunch of people with pitchforks. That's why a representative republic is the way to go, in my opinion, at the federal level. At the federal level. And also, government needs to be small. Here's the thing. I lay in between, all right? I lay in between. I think anarchy is stupid. Anarchy is stupid. But big government is also stupid. I think minimal government is the sweet spot. Not too much. Not too many federal agencies. Not too many federal laws. Just the right amount. And I think we'd be good. But yeah, like they always say, the most likely answer is the most ironic one, which is, like, for instance, America was founded to be on the basis of small federal government, but we're now the largest federal government of all time. Antifa, I think, actually probably started with good intentions, I'd hope. And then you get too many toxic people coming in, and, it just devolves into there's no real leadership. So it's just basically a bunch of people getting together on Reddit forums, getting together in groups in secret, and then just, plotting all sorts of weird stuff. It reminds me of Fight Club. It reminds me of Project Mayhem in Fight Club. If you guys ever watched Fight Club, you'd see what I'm saying. My Eagle man says he's also opposed to right-wing organizations. Yes, that is true. I don't like far-right I don't like any decentralized far-right. As much as I like Donald Trump, I'm not a part of the mega cult at the end of the day. I like Donald Trump. I do. He's got a certain pizzazz, but I'm not going to, give my, undying support to the man. I really align. I just align with my own beliefs. And if I see something dumb or if I see something smart, I just call it as I see it. As the old saying goes, I just call a spade, I guess, is the old saying. But that's just my opinion. And I know that people don't think like me. Let's see. The Eagle says, lays in between two men while he's sleeping. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm sandwiched between Antifa and I'm sandwiched in between MAGA. So Antifa on the left side and MAGA on the right side. I'm just the man meat. Tim Smith is the other. It's possible. It's possible all my viewers are being taken away. Let's see. Forced religious persecution was one of the reasons we seceded from England. Hence, well, yeah, but here's the thing, man. If something becomes a legitimate terrorist organization, it's like, I think it should be considered. I think it should be considered a terrorist organization as a symbol, but never what do you call it? I think this is more of a symbolic gesture to be like, hey, look, you guys think, because here's the thing, man, look at how bad Portland is now, right now, the Antifa presence in Portland is insane. I thought it was bad in California, but man, some of the videos that I've been seeing on X, I'm like, oh my God, it's insane, man. So, and also, I guess 100 days of rioting outside of an ICE facility and vandalizing it. I mean, whatever you think of ICE, it's whatever. But I don't know. I'm just not a fan of Antifa at all. I think that they're really just vile. I don't know. It's where's the fine line here? Are they a peaceful group? Are they a decentralized gang? Are they They're definitely a mob of some kind. They definitely have a very mobbish mentality. It's very tough to say. But I think what is going on, I think they should at least have the label of being a terrorist organization. I think they would be proud of it, to be honest. Antifa would, because they know in their heart of hearts that they use fascist techniques to shut people up, dox them, make their lives miserable. It's fascism 101. They use fascism. And then, by the way, I'm going to quote Blair White on this one, okay? I'm going to say this. I've said this earlier, but I'm going to say it again just so people understand where I'm coming from and what I believe. They don't call you a fascist because you are one. They call you a fascist so they have an excuse to harm you. I'm going to repeat that. They do not call you a fascist because you are one. They call you a fascist so they have a reason to inflict harm upon you. I think the second verse was a little bit better this time around. But anyway, I think you guys get the idea. That the word fascism, by the way, Antifa calls everything fascist. It almost, like, the word loses its meaning at this point. That's my problem with Antifa as well. They're intellectually dishonest, and they call everything fascist. It's the most intellectually dishonest thing I've ever seen in my life. And of course, they're not intelligent because they're all part of a group, though. That's the thing. Any sort of, like, unhinged, anarchist, decentralized group like Antifa is just ridiculous. Let's see. The ICE tactics actually used caused a school nearby to force to close down because the ventilation overlaid by the toxic substances that ICE was using for crowd control 2 blocks away. Okay. Interesting. That sucks. Damn, they shouldn't be using... Okay, first off, they shouldn't be using overly toxic chemicals, for one. That's pretty messed up. 2, they shouldn't be... A couple blocks from a school just seems too close. I think if there are schools nearby, or they should not be using toxic chemicals. I'm hoping that, if anything, if ICE is doing their business, I'm hoping that they have stun weapons only. Chances are that may not be the case. I have no idea. I mean, it definitely blows, though. So, I mean, not a fan of it. They shouldn't be using chemicals. ICE shouldn't be. But, you know. But either way, the problem with Antifa is, here's the other irony. If you say that you hate Antifa as a group, if you think that the group is stupid, that it is fascist, people call you anti-fascist because, like, what? Do you like fascism? You should like Antifa, or else you're fascist. It's like, it's Valley Girls. I call it Valley Girl brain at this point. Antifa has Valley Girl brain. And it's very frustrating, probably because it was started on the left coast. But anyway, let me see here. No, but I make a mockery of decentralized groups, and Antifa is just one of those groups that I can't stand. Had its rental agreement revoked. Oh. I mean, hey, if they're using it other than intended, then that's, yeah. I mean, it is up to the landlord for sure. I believe in landlord rights. So if the landlord of the building says, "Hey, you guys are violating our rental agreement, so we're going to revoke it, so you guys get out of here," that's fine. That makes sense. It's part of why people are protesting it. Well, I don't know. Isn't Oregon a, what's the term? Isn't Oregon, like, super soft on squatters, though? So I'm gonna be honest here. I answer my good friends. overall. And first, I'm just going to let everybody know. Sorry, Raging Butterfly. I know sorry to ignore you on that one. You're that. But I pretty much answer my buddies first, and then if I do see a super chat or a new member, if you become a channel member, Raging Butterfly, I'll pretty much answer pretty much everything that comes along. Yeah, no, we're playing Magic at 3 if you're still down. I'm still once I'm done with this live, I'm going to go take about an hour to walk around, just kind of get my legs under me. And, yep, but Raging Butterfly says, so you're for fascism? No. Me thinking that Antifa is a dumb organization that is fascist doesn't make me fascist. It makes me intelligent. Because I have the ability to make determinations on my own. All right? I have the ability to make those determinations on my own. Mr. Eagle says, Mike is a fascist, but because I make America Mike again, he answers me. Oh my God. But no, yeah, but I am against Antifa for sure. I just think that I just think they lost the plot. You guys know the saying that they lost the plot, right? Tosca, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the Vine. I really appreciate it. Let's give a shout out for Tosca. I'm going to reply to that super chat. Thank you so much, my man. Keeping the stream flowing. I cannot thank you enough. Good person. Now, I don't know. My good man. Or woman. You are a rock star. Kemoy Chapman says, you better win, Garza. What deck are you using? So I use whatever my man Nathan or Billy brings over. I typically just mooch off of whatever commander decks they got. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I do. So I will admit, if we're going to go by rankings, I do tend to, and the Eagle hates this so much, but I'm going to say this right now. The Eagle's right, though. I rarely win. Sometimes I do come in second if I'm lucky. But here's the deal, all right? I will admit, I am 3 out of 3. I am the third best Magic player out of our group. I am man enough to admit that. I am man enough to admit that when it comes to Magic, I am more of a wild card. Sometimes I get lucky and find a way to squeak by with a win. And usually my wins are squeaking. I'm like barely winning. Barely. I will say the Eagle is the second best. He gives Nate Dogg a run for his money, but I will admit Nate Dogg is number one. He is the Ginger King. He is the chosen one. But I've witnessed the Eagle beat Nathan, so it is possible for the chosen one to go down. But yeah, Nathan's the chosen one. I would consider the Eagle, even though Eagle's number 2 to Mr. Nathan on the scale. If you guys have ever watched Kung Pao Enter the Fist, so if we're doing Kung Pao Enter the Fist rankings, Nathan is the chosen one. Nathan is chosen one. And the Eagle is our boy Betty, with the claw, swinging the chain. Actually, I take that back. Actually, I think even though Nathan's number 1, technically Nathan is Betty because he's always swinging his chain. Nathan's always swinging the chain. So I think the Eagle even though he's at number 2, he is chosen one. It's tough. It's really tough. And then I am, what was it, Ling Pao? They taught me how to lose, basically. They taught me how to lose the game. And, yeah. So thank you guys for that putting up with that overall explanation. Tosca says I stopped playing Magic in 2010 when they dumbed down the game rules and mechanics. And yep. I don't know, dude. Tosca, I'm not going to lie, dude. The game's gotten a little more, in my opinion, a little more... I don't know. There's a lot more extra steps, it feels like, in Magic. But the Eagle says, part of Mike's issue with the Antifa movement is that small groups of radicals do actually do violent acts to move the movement forward. And that's my main issue, man. That's my main issue. I am for the most part, by the way, overall, I really am against fascism. Here's the thing. I just don't think Donald Trump is as fascist as everybody gives him credit for, right? That's my personal take. I'll stick to that one, but I don't know. That's just what I feel. That's what I feel. Without a centralized organization, there is no one to therefore take the fall. And since most of the acts are committed behind masks or helmets, there is a level of anonymity, quotes my boy Eagle. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's my biggest problem. At least with a central organization, somebody can be responsible. The problem is the people who commit these acts can hide behind the group identity. And that's a scary thought, man. That's a scary thought. Kemoy Chapman says, I'll send you my Lateral deck. It's built to last. Heck yeah, dude. I can't really accept any physical gifts, but if you want, though, I could maybe look into it. Maybe at some point when I'm a little more financially stable, maybe buy that exact deck. I appreciate the offer, Kemoy, dude. Kemoy's a beast. But yes, Nate Dogg always wins. Not always. But Kemoy says you better win, Garza. What deck? Oh, I already read that. Duh. And then again, Tosca, thank you for the $20 Vine. I appreciate it, brother. Let's see. Oh, dude, Nicholas, come on, brother. Don't do this to me, man. Tosca says the game died when they got rid of interrupts to simplify the stack mechanics. That's interesting. Interesting. Williams, the Eagle says layered play is definitely a firm mechanic. For sure. I don't know, you guys. Anybody in the chat? Who do you guys side with? Do you guys side with Tosca or the Eagle? Actually, that would make for an interesting poll. Because Mike definitely, I definitely struggle for sure when people use interrupts. Tosca says, none of you would know what I'm talking about. Well, Tosca, I appreciate you. I appreciate your perspective, and also I appreciate the Eagles' perspective as well. I'm just going to give, I'm not going to give heart emojis, but I'm going to give a heart hands emoji to you guys. I appreciate y'all. Kemoy Chapman says, yes, 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 yes. A lot has developed since 2010 on the Magic scale. I think, I will admit, I'm going to give props. I'm going to give credit when credit's due. Nathan, for instance, has been playing Magic since God knows when. And I remember some of the old Magic cards he had and some of the mechanics, even though I never really played it back in the day. I did notice that I think there is an evolution in the game, for sure. Eagle says, are you referring to tax or denial or plain and simple interrupt? All of which are pretty big parts of Magic depending on how you play. Tosca says, I've played Magic since 93 when Richard first introduced it. Well, the poll is almost a 50-50 split, it looks like. We've got 32 votes, 50. It's really a 50-50 split right now. Crazy. Crazy. So I am answering super chats at the moment, but I'm also answering good friends, good people, my good man, Mr. Eagle, and of course any channel members. I will answer them as well. Tosca is a channel member, so I do like to highlight and answer the channel members as well. So it's pretty cool, man. You've been playing Magic for a long time, Tosca. We're talking to an OG at this point. You're essentially a Magic OG, is what you're saying. That's crazy, you guys. We're talking to an OG. Crazy. Tosca equals old fox. Yeah. Foxy AF, dude. We gotta respect our Magic elders. And Tosca's been playing for a long time, so the Eagle and I, we bow to your wisdom, my man. We bow to your wisdom. Tosca says, when Wizard of the Coast sold out to Hasbro, they started to make the game more accessible to the masses. Well, I don't know. Isn't that kind of a good thing, though, to make it to where it's more understandable, though? Think about it this way, Tosca. You know, even though I understand how the game works a little bit more, and this is just from my novice perspective, because I don't consider myself a very good Magic player. You know, like my boys, the Eagle and Nathan, they do spend more time playing the game than I do. And I do enjoy playing. Even though I've been working my tail off lately, I've really been working quite a bit, maybe a little too much. But, yeah, no, I've been doing a mixture of things, delivery driving, and then, and doing that. Not as an employee, though. I want to make that very clear. I'm not doing that sort of delivery driving stuff as an employee. I'm doing it on my own, for my own business. I believe I speak for no one here except for the Eagle. I speak for the Eagle on this one. And since I am speaking for the Eagle, I will say this. I believe I speak for the Eagle when I say the best Magic card combination when it comes to mana dualities would be... I think we can agree on this, surprisingly. White and green. I do want to fiddle around more with white and black combinations with those types of manas. I need to get better at using blue. I need to start getting better at using blue decks as well. I believe I speak for the Eagle as well when I say that Bleach is the greatest anime of all time. But Naruto is a close second to Bleach. I would like to believe I speak for the Eagle when I say Bleach is definitely number one for sure. Naruto close second. Third would be DBZ. Fourth would be One Piece, without a doubt. Now I'm just rage baiting. I am legitimately rage baiting the hell out of my boy, dude. Blue is for yeah. Well, Nathan is the blue deck king, by the way. Anytime he plays with the blue deck, it is the most frustrating experience because basically blue deck is like it ties your hands. The opponent's hands are tied if it's played right. Now, if you're like me, if I have a blue deck, I don't play it right. I don't do the correct orders of operations. I don't do the right stuff, unfortunately. But I try, man. Tosca says, Michael, from a business perspective, I understand why they did it. I'm just sad because the intricacies of the game back in the day kept the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh players away. Oh. Well, why are you hating? Hold on. What's wrong with Pokemon? You know, I never really got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but definitely in Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess, is an okay playing game. But what I know that the Pokemon game is very simplistic. I'll admit the mechanics for the Pokemon game, the card game, are very simplistic. I don't know how simplistic Yu-Gi-Oh is though. I never actually took the time to learn how to play that game. Did you ever get into Digimon? I don't have no idea how to play the Digimon card games, to be honest, but did anybody in the chat ever get into Digimon? I think Nathan tried to get into the Digimon games or whatever, the card games, but I think even he was just like, fuck this. Eagle says, in my honest opinion, the first 10 years of Magic were kind of lackluster, and they rested on their laurels without really implementing a great deal of creativity. Yeah, I will admit, there's definitely a lot more creativity in some of these decks that you play with, that's for sure. It gets a little trippy sometimes. Hell yeah. Get it, dude. So, before I end this live stream, one last call for a few more super chats from any newcomers. Not everybody has to give a super chat, by the way. But if you guys want me to highlight your chat and really acknowledge it, that's what I like to do. We'll end the poll here. Make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Oh, yes, I do. Do you guys actually? You know what? Do you guys want to see my? Do you guys want to see my signed prints that I got from? Actually, you know what? Hold on, I'll be right back. BRB. One moment, you guys. One moment. One moment, you guys. I seem to have misplaced my my Janeway.
Laugh out loud.
Huh. Oh, here they are. All right, you guys. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Kemoy Chapman. I really appreciate it. Let me, Kemoy says, the mana base in early Magic the Gathering was OP, but the spells were mid. New Magic the Gathering spells are OP, but the mana base is mid. Okay. Non-basic lands were better in the past. Interesting. Interesting take, my man. Thanks for the super. But yeah. I wonder what my boy Eagle thinks of this. So the Eagle says card draw was stupid OP, especially with the second ability. Let me highlight the super chat, by the way. I really appreciate Kemoy Chapman. I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Big time. The amount of support I'm getting from you guys is incredible. I do appreciate it big time. I'm always getting groomed, man. Silly Jinx says my favorite YouTuber just got groomed recently. What? Whoa, dude, Silly Jinx, what do you mean groomed? Are you saying that, like, Silly Jinx, was I groomed? Or, like, was somebody you know? That's so freaky. What do you mean by groomed? What happened? Like, what did the person do to groom the other person? By the way, check this out. Check this out. DS9, Nana Visitor, right there, Deep Space Nine, autographed. She wasn't, oh no, she was there. She was there, that's right. But yeah. Boom. Back, so this is in a bit of a protective case. Got this at the Star Trek convention in Seattle, Washington in 1993. That is Nana Visitor, who played Major Kira. We'll save the best for last here. I got my boy... So, Silly Jinx, how serious was the grooming situation? Because that, dude, it's disturbing if they were being groomed, like, legitimately in a bad way. But check this out. We got my boy Harry Kim from Star Trek Voyager. But, yep, Star Trek Voyager, Harry Kim, my man. That's my boy right there. And then I saw this man's ass at the hotel bar, basically. I got to see this man's bare ass. His name is Dominic Keating. He is the man. And it was an honor. It was an honor to see that man's bare ass. Got that autograph, by the way. Look at that. He looked at me with those eyes, too. As he was like, you know, he was drunk off his ass. It was awesome. Dude, it was really cool. Because I just said, oh, man. Because I talked to, there's this gal at the bar, and I was like, hey, I thought I saw Dominic Keating here. All of a sudden, dude, I don't know if he overheard me, but he came by me. He's like, oh, you want to see my bum? You're looking for me. And he showed me his ass. Like, I got to see the man's bare ass, dude. I was like, what is going on? Like, am I in heaven? Like, this is fantastic. So that was really dope, and I got to meet both of these guys. Got to meet Connor Trenier, Charles motherfucking Tucker, dude. I got to meet Connor Trenier. That was a legendary situation, by the way. Total stud. Both of these guys, by the way, Dominic Keating and Charles Tucker, just really nice dudes. Really cool dudes. Just stand-up guys that you could tell they enjoyed doing the conventions. Obviously, it's a paycheck for them. They get money for it, but they enjoy talking to people, man. You could just tell. So they're really neat dudes. And also, they have a podcast together. It's called, like, the Decon Chamber or something. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's a One Piece thing. But, yeah, it's crazy. And then last but not least, we have our girl. Kate Mulgrew, baby. There's coffee in that nebula. Kate Mulgrew, dude. She wasn't there at the convention, sadly, but because she couldn't be there, she did pre-sign quite a few of these. So we got this as a complimentary gift. Even though she wasn't there, we got a real Captain Mother Effin' Janeway signed picture. Pretty flippin' dope. There's coffee in that nebula. Ah, Chakotay, what are you doing? You can suck my Chakotay. There's coffee in that nebula, Mr. Kim. I don't know why I'm sounding like this the whole time, Mr. Kim. Shut the hell up, Tuvok. You son of a bitch. Anyway, so yeah, that's I got the autograph. So, these are priceless to me. These are priceless to me, man. These are great, fantastic. They're all still in their sweet little protective cases, but yeah. It's a very memorable event for me just because of, how much Star Trek has meant to me over the years, and just fun to meet all those guys when I did. Even getting to talk to them for a few moments, seeing Dominic you know what I love? I love being able to see the human side, the actual person behind the character. Seeing Dominic Keating drunk was really cool to me. Also, fun fact, I got to see William Shatner in a weird way. I met him, but his security guards obviously were walking with him up the elevator, but it was really cool. My dad, my brother, and our boy Matt Ortwine were all there, and really neat, man. We got to see Shatner. It was just weird seeing the legend himself in real life. Just seeing him there was so cool, man. So Silly says it broke me to see how much pain Yellow X has been in. So I'm going to read the chat here. So Gacha Tuber, who got betrayed by her friend, and after that she got groomed by another. That's weird, man. Am I being groomed? I mean, I'm kind of an old man. I'm too old to be groomed at this point, but I appreciate the super chats, though. You guys really do. It does keep the channel going. It allows me to do more live streaming. So, I'm always I'm going to be doing a lot more crazier content here pretty soon, though. Nothing that violates the rules. I always make sure I look at the rules. I consult with Gemini and consult with GPT before doing certain videos to make sure I'm not violating any rules. Because I do want to stay on YouTube, and I do want to keep the show as decent as possible. Oh man, I'm pretty sure I'm getting groomed all the time. I mean, Brad Ladkin, for instance. Brad Ladkin, man, that guy comes into my chat all the time and says that he said he makes his wife say my name or something like that during coitus. So it's like, dude, what the hell? The Eagle says, I need a shower to get better at grooming. That's funny. Oh, man. Well, trying to think if I have any other final things I want to say. Honestly, I can't think of too many things to say. At least nothing additional. I want to say thank you for the super chats, by the way, to everybody, thanks for the subscribes as well. People subscribing and liking the channel. It means more to me than you realize, because it's just like the channel is growing. The subscriber base is growing. And I'm sorry earlier if I wasn't paying as much attention as I should be. Just want to apologize to everybody on that front. We are looking to do better. We're looking to improve. We're looking to just be better. I am, at least. I know that. This show is obviously ran by me and just me alone, but it is fueled, even though I may be operating the vehicle of this show, it is fueled by you guys. It is fueled by you guys. It's fueled by Tim. It's even fueled by my boy Eagle, whether he realizes it or not. It is fun to go back and forth on different things. I know I could be a little bullheaded, but whatevs. Let's see. Silly Jinx says, do you have any jokes to make me feel better? The Eagle says freedom of speech. That's my joke. The only joke I could think of is what would be a good joke to say in that sort of instance? I kind of got nothing at the moment for the jokes. Just remember, you are enough. You're the GOAT. Let's see. I got nothing, man. I'm fresh out of joke. I don't have any real jokes. Okay, I got one. What did the apple say to the pear? What did the apple say to the pear? Nothing. They're fruit. So what did the apple say to the pear? Absolutely nothing. Dude, they're fruit. Why would they talk to each other? All right, that's a little bit of anti-humor right there on my end. Miso Turtle Soup says if you super chat him, he'll literally fart and go to sleep live. You're not far off, my man. You're not far off on that one. That's funny. That's accurate. Miso Turtle Soup is not necessarily lying on that one. The Eagle says, what did the ringleader say when the human bullet died? Ooh. Let's see. What did the ringleader say when the human bullet died? Oh man, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I got nothing, brother. I got nothing on that joke. That's funny though. Thank you, Miso Turtle Soup. You have a good one, my brony brother. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what the punchline is for that one. What did the ringleader say to the human bullet when the human bullet died? No clue. Not a clue. All I know is I hope you guys were super boned up. I hope you guys got really, really boned up from this. And yeah, I just very happy that I got to meet all of these fabulous people, by the way. All of these cool people. Just incredible, man. Incredible. Miso Turtle Soup, man, I don't even know your name, man. I don't even know what your first name is. Well, hey, keep on doing the best you can. Just remember, there are, silly jinx, man, there are some bad people in the world. Really, there are. You know, be careful. Be smart. You know, don't give... Here's the thing, silly jinx. Don't know how old you are. Here's the thing. Don't give people your address. Do not. Okay? Be smart. Okay? Don't give out any personally identifiable information. That's the best thing I could say. You know, obviously I have a very common name and I lie about my age a lot. So it ends up working out pretty well. But, yeah. Miso Turtle Soup says Tim Smith. You're not the real Tim Smith, Miso Turtle Soup. Kimoy Chapman says my last name is Garza, or at least I want it to be. Kimoy, I appreciate it, brother. Look, I know. I appreciate you, brother. Everybody's got a man crush on me, man. All the men have man crushes on me, man. That's okay, though. I get it. I don't know what you guys see in me. It's hard to say what it is I see in you. Anyway. Well, I'm talking about for the business, dude. I'm not talking about your personal address, brother. I'm talking about, like, dude, where do you work? You know? Like, that sort of thing. But anyway, thank you again to everybody. I appreciate y'all. And catch y'all later. But hey, silly jinx, by the way. Do your best, okay? Do your best. But for real, though, just ask for Miso, and I got you with a discount. Well, I appreciate the discount. I appreciate the Vine, my man. I appreciate it big time. All right, I'll catch y'all later, and kisses for everybody. Okay, that's a little creepy. I'm not going to kiss anybody. But thank you guys. Make sure don't forget, if you haven't if you're new to the channel, you could become a channel member. Or if you're new to the channel, you could super chat. That's okay. Anyway, I'll catch you all later. Thank you for the Vine.